video. He asked me to find out what I could about it because he had envisioned that in some days after our call that he was going to go to the White House for a meeting and then that issue might come up. He asked me to make it a priority to get to the bottom of, to try to substantiate the allegation made by Ms. Giuliani.
Thank you. I understand that Georgia
Wait, did that? Was that video one with?
Thank you. I understand that Georgia.
I think the woman in charge here is named Ruby Freeman.
Oh, this is the
Ruby.
Ruby.
Her daughter, Shay Freeman Moss, either was helping her here or helping her early.
Giuliani had called out by name 2 election workers.
Oh yeah, I remember this lady. Oh, I thought she was one counting in another video. Maybe there is another video, but.
Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman.
After pulling out hidden boxes stuffed with ballots, Ruby Freeman, as seen here in this video, repeatedly scanned the same batch of ballots at least 3 times.
Like the claim about suitcases of ballots, it wasn't true.
The secondary part of that was they're scanning multiple times.
I'm being so nitpicky right now because I'm so incensed. I don't like that statement. It wasn't true. That's not true that it wasn't true. It was a lie. Okay? It was an intentionally fabricated lie. It was not just incorrectly stated, one untrue statement. It is a malicious lie.
Ballots at least 3 times.
Like the claim about suitcases of ballots, it wasn't true.
The secondary part of that was they're scanning multiple times. And a standard operating procedure is if there's a misscan, you delete that batch and straighten it up like you do and then run it through again. And that's what they were doing. And the reason we know that's the case is because we had a hand tally that showed the number of ballots matched what was counted. So we know that they didn't do that.
I now welcome Andrea Shea Moss. In December 2020, Ms. Moss and her mother, Ms. Ruby Freeman, became the target.
People say, you know, I know somebody just like those 2 ladies in my community who work elections. And they're just everyday people. To have them as a witness for our committee, I think it was very powerful.
I understand that you are here along with your mother today. Would you like to introduce your mama? Hi, Mom.
Well, I know the events that we're here to talk about today are incredibly difficult to relive. I'd like to show you some of the statements that Rudy Giuliani made a week after that video clip from State Farm Arena was first circulated by Mr. Giuliani and President Trump. I want to advise viewers that these statements are completely false and also deeply disturbing.
Tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
Unbelievably unbecoming of a lawyer. Even if your claim was true, why would you make it so inflammatory?
He sounded a lot more desperate. Quite frankly, he seemed more unhinged. He made some overtly racist comments.
Why is there no accountability for attacking this absolute random person? Well, the only accountability that would ever happen is if somebody were to file a civil case against them, which he did, and he lost. So there was accountability. It says was it really for $148 million? Is the case decided at this point? Oh. Oh yeah, it was a $148 million judgment. And he tried to file bankruptcy, I think, to escape this, but the case just got tossed. Uncooperative conduct, self-dealing, and a lack of transparency. Does anybody know what chapter he was filing for bankruptcy? I haven't read any of the filings on that. I don't know if bankruptcy filings are usually public. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, I think, is just that's a restructure, right? You make payments to the court, I think, and then you get protection of all your assets. Yeah, reorganization. Okay. Damn, I need hit income according to that article. Failure to comply with disclosure things for assets. Or we try to convert it to a chapter 7. These guys are they're all scumbag cronies, dude. It's so unbelievable. You heard about the faithless electors in 2016? I know we've had some faithless electors sometimes. People like won't vote how they're supposed to because they're throwing a temper tantrum. Which is stupid, they shouldn't do that. But it's just like, it's like lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. Like, the rest of this?
Secretary of State's office investigated those State Farm Arena allegations and didn't find any evidence of fraud. What did you find when your office conducted its own investigation?
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe. We found out that there was a mistake in terms of this misunderstanding that they were done counting ballots or tallying ballots for the night. And the partisan watchers that was assigned by each of the respective parties were announced to send home. But once they realized the mistake, someone from the Secretary of State's office had indicated that, no, we're not done for the night. You need to go ahead and continue counting. So once they packed up the lockbox full of ballots, they brought back the official ballot box again and continued to tally the ballots from the lockbox. Unfortunately, during the Senate hearing, Mr. Giuliani only played a clip that showed them pulling out the official ballot box from under the table and referring to that as a smoking gun of fraud in Fulton County. But in actuality, in review of the entire video, it showed that was actually an official ballot box that was kept underneath the tables. And then we saw them pack up because of the announcement that they thought they were done for the night. And then once the announcement was made that you should continue counting, they brought the ballot box back out and they continued to count. The FBI interviewed the individuals that were depicted in the videos that purportedly were double, triple counting of the ballots, and determined that nothing irregular happened in the counting, and the allegations made by Mr. Giuliani were false.
Thank you very much. I'd like to play again a testimony from Mr. Donahue, who appeared before the committee before today.
How do you refute the 1960 Hawaii alternate slate refute? I see this get mentioned often. In 1960, the election in Hawaii was incredibly close. Like, I think it was off by 160 votes. Because they wouldn't be able to do the recount and then transmit new electoral votes before the Electoral College actually met and counted, the Hawaii State Legislature agreed to send 2 different slates of votes to NARA and Congress under the condition that based on the recount that we do, you'll pick which one comports with the recount. That was Hawaii in 1960. It was explicitly authorized by the state legislature. It is not comparable to what Donald Trump tried.
Mr. Donahue, we talked so much about whether or not the White House or the president was informed about the Antrim report. On the results of the investigations, the interviews that have gone on Fulton County, how would those results have been communicated to the White House, to the president?
Your voice, your vote, and for the third time, counties across Georgia.
And Dad Rose and I essentially told him we looked into that, and it's just not true.
Okay, so he was informed.
I told the president myself that several times in several conversations, that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true.
Mr. Pack, after you left the U.S. Attorney's Office on January 4th, 2021, did the next U.S. Attorney there, I think Mr. Trump's personal pick, Bobby Christine, did he investigate any remaining claims of fraud? And if so, did he find any evidence that supported the president's claims of voter fraud?
It is my understanding that Mr. Christine continued any investigations that were pending at the time of my departure, but he was unable to find any evidence of fraud that affected the outcome of the election.
So after investigating the president's and Mr. Giuliani's claims about voter fraud in Georgia, is it your view today that there was no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to undermine confidence in the outcome of the election in Georgia?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. And I want to thank you also for the service that you've given to our country. We appreciate that.
Send. Okay, sorry. Okay, keep listening to this call for any red flags while I add these.
Went back to a different station. So if they would have come back, they would have walked to their station and they would have continued to work. But they couldn't do even that because that's illegal because they had no Republican poll watchers. And remember, her reputation is devastating. She's known all over the internet, Brett. She's known all over it. I'm telling you, where's Ruby was one of the hot items on the Ruby. They knew her. Where's Ruby? So, Brad, you know, there can be no justification for that. And I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But that was, and Brad, why did they put the votes in 3 times? You know, they put them in 3 times.
Mr. President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times.
Well, where was everybody else at that late time in the morning? Where was everybody? Where were the Republicans? Where were the security guards? Where were the people that were there just a little while before when everyone ran out of the room? How come we had no security in the room? Why did they run to the bottom of the table? Why did they run there and just open the skirt and rip out the votes? I mean, Brad, and they were sitting there, I think for 5 hours or something like that, the votes. But they just all happened to run back and go, you know, Brad.
Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that doesn't.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better list.
We're gonna have a way better list.
The full tape. So has Alex. We've watched it, and what we saw and what we've confirmed in the timing is that they made everybody leave. We have sworn affidavits saying that, and then they continued. Then they began to process ballots. And our estimate is that there were roughly 18,000 ballots. We don't know that. If you know that.
There was 18,000 ballots, but they used each one 3 times.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know.
Well, I do because we had ours magnified out. So each one magnified out.
I've watched the entire thing.
Right. But you know, But nobody can make a case for that, Brett. Nobody. I mean, look, you'd have to be a child to think anything other than that. Just a child. I mean, you never Trump attorney
how
there.
How many ballots, Mr.
We
Secretary,
had
are you saying that were processed in?
We had GPI thoroughly investigate that.
This is Ryan Germany. We had our law enforcement officers talk to everyone who was there after that event came to light. The GBI was with them as well as FBI agents.
Well, there's no way they could. Then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent. Okay, there's only two answers: dishonesty or incompetence.
That's the only.
There's no way. Look, there's no way. And on the other thing I said too, there's no way. I mean, there's no way that these things could have been. You know, you have all these different people that voted, but they don't live in Georgia anymore. What was that number, Clay? That was a pretty good number too. Yeah.
Well, the number who had registered out of state after they moved from Georgia, and so they had a date when they moved from Georgia. They registered to vote out of state, and then it's like 4,500. I don't have that right in front of me.
And then they came back in and they voted.
And voted. Yeah.
No, that was a large number though. It was in the 20s. And you know, the point
We've
is
been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that Ms. Mitchell was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. And in many cases...
Really? How many people do that? You mean they moved out and then they said, oh, the hell with it, I'll move back in? You know, it doesn't sound like a very normal... You mean they moved out, and what, they missed it so much that they wanted to move back in? It's crazy.
Well, and they moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. So there's something about that data that it's just not accurate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that it is certified, and they moved out of Georgia, and they voted. It didn't say they moved back in, Clayton, did it?
No, but I mean, we're looking at the voter registry. Again, if you have additional records, we've been asking for that. But you haven't shared any of that with us. You just keep saying you've
But
investigated.
Lita, a lot of it you don't need to be shared. I mean, to be honest, they should share it. They should share it because you want to get to an honest election. I won this election by hundreds of thousands of votes. There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes. I'm just going by small numbers. When you add them up, they're many times the 11,000. But I won that state by hundreds of thousands of votes. Now, do you think it's possible that they shredded ballots in Fulton County? Because that's what the rumor is. And also that Dominion took out machines. That Dominion is really moving fast to get rid of their machinery. Do you know anything about that?
Heard about that?
Because that's illegal.
This is Ryan Germany. No, Dominion has not moved any machinery out of Fulton County. We're having.
Well, but have they moved? Have they moved the inner parts of the machines and replaced them with other parts?
No.
You sure, Ryan?
I'm sure, Mr. President.
And what about the ballots? The shredding of the ballots. Have they been shredding ballots?
No. The only investigation that we have into that, they have not been shredding any ballots. There was an issue in Cobb County where they were doing normal, office shredding, getting rid of old stuff, and we investigated that. But this is stuff from, past elections.
No, I don't know.
And that's what
it doesn't pass the smell test, though, because we hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots, and now what they're saying, we're just cleaning up the office. I don't think that plays.
Mr. President.
Keep in mind, right now, he's asking them if they've even heard about, these insane claims of voter fraud and stuff, right? And they're like, no. It's not, he's not saying, hey, so we've had somebody investigate this, and here's the evidence to lay it out. Have you looked at the results of, their investigation? It's just, totally...
The problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media.
People can say, Mr. President, the problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media. It's really not. It's not social media. I don't care about social, but I couldn't care less. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side, you know. I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have. Not even close.
Not even close.
You're off by hundreds of thousands of votes, and just on the small numbers, you're off on these numbers. And these numbers can't be judged. Well, why won't... Okay. So
Okay,
you send
hold
us into Cobb County for signature verification, right? You send us into Cobb County, which we didn't want to go into. And you said it would be open to the public and we could have our... So we had our experts there. They weren't allowed into the room. But we didn't want Cobb County. We wanted Fulton County, and you wouldn't give it to us. Now, why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public, and why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs that will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find... You know they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find...
We chose Cobb County.
Why don't you want to find...
County.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so why did you do Cobb County? We didn't even we requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Well, Mr. President, we
We
did
chose
have
Cobb
our election
County.
contest.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that. We are we're the aggrieved party. Fulton County, look, Stacy, in my opinion, Stacy is as dishonest as they come. She has outplayed you at every heart, at everything. She got you to sign a totally unconstitutional agreement, which is a disastrous agreement. You can't check signatures. You can't do that. I can't imagine. You're allowed to do harvesting, I guess, in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. But she got you somehow to sign that thing, and she's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday, but it's very scary to people, you know, where the ballots flow in out of nowhere. It's very scary to people. That consent decree is a disaster. It's a disaster. A very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it.
A very good lawyer.
And
harvesting is still illegal in the state of Georgia, and that settlement agreement did not change that.
Well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It even says consent decree on it, doesn't it? It uses the term consent decree.
Any good faith judge would rule this to be Trump as a candidate, right? He's lobbying for his campaign in this call. Does the president have any role in trying to tell states how to investigate state elections? Absolutely not. And I think that if Roberts was an honest actor and not a hack fuck piece of shit, Roberts would have said as much. Even Amy Coney Barrett was willing to stay that much. I believe the word she used was readily characterized. Did she say this? Or am I thinking of somebody else's? Syllabus. Nope, hold on, let me find. Did I highlight this? Let me read, hold on. I'll point it out because maybe she says as much. If the statute covers the alleged official conduct, the prosecution may proceed only if applying it in the circumstances poses no danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. On remand, meaning when it goes back to the lower courts for consideration of different facts or law, On remand, the lower courts will have to apply that standard to various allegations involving the president's official conduct. Some of those allegations raise unsettled questions about the scope of Article 2 power, but others do not. For example, the indictment alleges that the president asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing about election fraud claims. The president has no authority over state legislatures or their leadership, so it's hard to see how prosecuting him for crimes committed when dealing with the Arizona House Speaker would unconstitutionally intrude on executive power. I would imagine this would apply to every call he's making to state legislatures to check on their election process or whatever. I don't know why Roberts refuses to address that, because he's a fucking coward. But
It doesn't say settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It's a disaster.
It's a settlement agreement.
What's written on top of it?
Ryan?
I don't have it in front of me, but it was not entered by the court. It's not a court order.
No, it's called. But Ryan, it's called a consent decree. Is that right on the paper? Is that right?
okay, what is he referring to? Consent decree. What is a consent decree? Is the state of Florida's framework for compliance with the following federal and state laws and jurisprudence regarding the okay, what is a consent decree? Consent decree, also known as a consent order, is a decree made by a judge with the consent of all parties. It's not strictly a judgment, but rather a settlement agreement approved by the court. The agreement is submitted to the court in writing after the parties have reached a settlement, and once approved by the judge, the agreement is binding and enforceable on both parties. It's not appealable, except that it can be set aside by the court for fraud on the part of one party. Okay, so multiple parties go before a judge, and they basically say, this is what our agreement is, and then they all sign it, and that's a consent decree. What is Trump referring to specifically here?
On top of it. But it doesn't it? Well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent.
And that settlement agreement did not.
Very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it. And
The harvesting is still illegal in the state of Georgia, and that settlement agreement did not change that.
well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It even says consent decree on it, doesn't it?
I don't understand what the difference is here, because it sounds like just a settlement, basically, right? The settlement agreement approved by the court. What is the difference? Consent decree versus settlement agreement. Oh, because a settlement might just be out of court with no judicial enforcement, maybe? Memo also clarifies the approval process for both consent and for consent decrees and settlement agreements. Oh, hold on. A consent decree is a negotiated agreement entered as a court order that is enforceable by the court. A settlement agreement is an out-of-state resolution that requires a signed agreement or memorandum of understanding and performance by the defendant. Okay. But this is also federally. I wonder if Georgia... Here's the consent order. Fulton County Board of Registration. Okay, consent order. For the State Election Board, the State of Georgia. The State Election Board, by and through council, and the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections hereby enter into the following consent order for the use in SEV case number... before the State Election Board in lieu of an evidentiary hearing. Okay. Who is this between? I hate reading these. So the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections, are they the respondent here? And then who's filing the State Election Board? Filing through council and the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections hereby enter into the following consent order. So these are the parties, right? So the State Election Board was engaged with some action against the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections, and now they have a consent order that they both acceded to. The respondent denies any willful misconduct, but they desire that the above-captioned case be resolved in its entirety in order to avoid further litigation, the point of a settlement, or in this case, a consent. Okay. Respondent acknowledges that there is evidence of a prima facie case supporting the following assertions and enters into this negotiated consent order to resolve the issue that arose related to the 2020 election, Fulton County, Georgia. There were 36 inconsistencies discovered in the batch tally sheet. Thorough investigation of the complaints was conducted by the Secretary of State's Investigation Divisions. Investigators met with the complainant. Deal with the data. Shows the Fulton County election staff misidentified duplicated audit batch sheet data when entering the data into the Arlo software used by the Secretary of State's office to manage the risk limiting audit. By failing to enter all of the audit batch sheet data accurately, they violated SCB rule regarding audits. The investigators further concluded the reported inconsistencies were the result of human error in entering the data, which were not discovered in time to make corrections due to time limitations, audit, and not due to intentional misconduct. Discovered errors were a fractional number of the total votes counted did not affect the results of the 2020 general election for Fulton County, which were confirmed as accurate by the risk limiting audit. The purpose of the risk limiting audit was to confirm whether the results of the original tabulation ballots were accurate. Okay, so the order resolves all matters. Orders the respondent cease to desist from further violations, of course. They're going to implement written policies and procedures. Respondent will they'll do more training. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm super guessing, shooting a little from the hip here. I'm not 100% sure. So is Trump upset because it sounds like the state election board did an investigation in the Fulton County board and they found they fucked up, and to resolve this, they're saying, okay, we're gonna both sign a consent order, and this is gonna show that you guys did admit that you fucked up, but you didn't do it you didn't like intentionally fuck shit up, but you did fuck up, and here's how you're gonna remedy this so that it doesn't happen in the future. You've got to implement these policies, do this training shit. And is Trump upset because he didn't want any kind of like consent order signed? He didn't want it. He wanted to keep the case open, or he wanted to push this into something more like criminal or something. It sounds like that's what he's upset about. That's my guess, but we can find out. Hold on. Let me re-listen to this now that I understand what's going on.
I can't imagine you're allowed to do harvesting, I guess, in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. But she got you somehow to sign that thing, and she's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what he
Well, Mr. President, we do have our election content.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that.
Oh wait, hold on.
County, not Cobb County. Did you do Cobb County? We didn't even request. We requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Okay.
Well, Mr. President, we do have our election content.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Okay.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that. We are we're the agreed party. Fulton County. Look, Stacey, in my opinion, Stacey is as dishonest as they come. She has outplayed you at every heart, at everything. She got you to sign a totally unconstitutional agreement.
Wait, unconstitutional?
Which is a disastrous agreement. You can't check signatures. You can't do that. I can't imagine you're allowed to do harvesting, I guess, in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. But she got you somehow to sign that thing, and she's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday, but it's very scary to people, where the ballots flow in out of nowhere. It's very scary to people. That consent decree is a disaster. It's a disaster. A very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it. And
the harvesting is still illegal in the state of Georgia, and that settlement agreement did not change that.
Who's Stacey? I'm guessing here he's referring to Stacey Abrams. Was she involved in like the election board or whatever? Was that her involvement in this? I'm not 100% sure. I don't think she was in elected office at this time. Did she have another role, though, in something else? Because she was, like, actively campaigning and shit, too, right? Maybe. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure who he's talking about when he says Stacey, then. I'm not sure.
Well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It even says consent decree on it, doesn't it? It uses the term consent decree. It doesn't say settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It's a disaster.
It's a settlement agreement.
What's written on top of it?
Ryan?
I don't have it in front of me, but it was not entered by the court. It's not a court order.
No, it's called. But Ryan, it's called a consent decree. Is that right?
Oh, they must be referring to something else, or the people on the phone are mistaken. If he's saying it's not a court order, it's not entered by the court, then whatever the guy on the phone is talking about is not the same as what we're looking at here. It must be something different, or he's just completely mistaken.
On the paper, is that right?
I don't believe so. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Whatever. It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
But it's hard to know because Trump has no fucking idea what the fuck he's talking. He's heard somebody say, "This thing is a disaster. It's a huge mess," and that's it. He has no fucking idea what.
Look, here's the problem. We can go through signature verification, and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures if you let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you can do a signature verification is go from the one that signed it on November, whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed, and you have many that are forgeries, okay? You know that. You know that. You have no doubt about that. And you will be at 11,779.
Fulton County, Georgia acknowledges in a major consent decree that 3,600 individual ballots were duplicated. Trump is referring to a consent order, not a consent decree. Oh, what, is there a difference? Consent order. Versus a consent decree. Consent order in state of Georgia. Fuck me, dude. This doesn't help. Consent agreements may be entered into. Pre-investigative consent orders, individual agrees to the imposition of certain disciplinary sanctions. Entering into a consent agreement resulting in a consent order is entirely voluntary, and any person entering into such agreement waives all other proceedings. Okay. Rules and regulations, state of Georgia, consent order. Holy Christ, AIDS. Well, wait, hold on. We can just read this and figure it out, right? I think. So, the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections are the respondent. That seems to imply a court being involved, and it's before the state election board, state of Georgia. And then, but it's saying SEB case, which is probably state election board case. And this says that they're entering into a consent order for use in this case before the state election board. So it sounds like this isn't before court then. I was incorrect when I said before that this is not filed with the court. This is a consent order from the state election board. Where's my Georgian civil people at? Right? There's no judge signature or anything. There's no Fulton County Board. Okay. Yeah, okay. None of this is before a court. These are probably the training procedures or whatever other bullshit they want to make sure that they're using. Okay. Okay, so it does matter. There is a difference between a consent order and a consent decree here. And it is a consent order, not a consent decree. Jesus fuck.
Within minutes, because Fulton County is totally corrupt, and so is she totally corrupt. And they're going around playing you and laughing at you behind your back, Brad. Whether you know it or not, they're laughing at you. And you've taken a state that's a Republican state, and you've made it almost impossible for a Republican to win because of cheating, because they cheated like nobody's ever cheated before. And I don't care how long it takes me. You know, we can have other states coming forward pretty good, but I won't. This is never given. We have some incredible talent. Said they've never seen anything. Now the problem is they need more time for the big numbers, but they are very substantial numbers. And I think you're going to find that they, by the way, a little information. I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt, and they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt, and you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them. Because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you know, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan.
Now, ooh, listening to Donald Trump talk on some things, there were a couple things that he said. I wish I could remember the example. He said on stream. When he says, I'm like, this seems a lot more intentional than I had originally assumed. For instance, that counting the electoral slates, the speech that he gave, was more intentional than I assumed. Now looking back, I'm like, oh, okay, he knew what was going on there. There's a second thing that we saw on stream also. Now, when he speaks here, one, Donald Trump is the chief executive, he's the head executive of the United States, and underneath him is the Department of Justice, okay? Department of Justice is the office of investigation or whatever, right, that that exists in the executive. Donald Trump has a direct connection to, okay? Now, this guy, who is the head of, arguably, the head of federal prosecution, okay? This guy makes a statement to you. He doesn't say that there's wrongdoing. And he doesn't even just say that there's, like, criminal wrongdoing. Not that somebody's fucked up. Not somebody intentionally fucked up. He said that there is a criminal act, right? The actus reus, and there is a criminal intent, your mens rea. He's establishing both, and he's handing them to Raffensperger in this call. That's really spooky. He's not just saying somebody fucked up. He's saying somebody committed a crime, and you know they committed a crime, right? Now, how intentional is it versus Donald Trump just talking shit? I don't know. Jesus, but...
Because you know what they did. The ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new, and they don't have seals, and there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them, because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you know, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk. But they are shredding ballots, in my opinion.
Implicates both of them. Criminally liable for not finding enough votes for Trump, because they must have known about voter fraud, and says that it would be a big risk, both of them.
Opinion based on what I've heard, and they are.
Isn't he
removing
trying
machinery.
to make them uncomfortable, putting doubts in their head, and hope they break and give in? That's one way to interpret it, or you could just interpret it as a threat.
And they're moving it as fast as they can, both of which are criminal fines, and you can't let it happen, and you are letting it happen. You know, I mean, I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen. So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country, because, you know, and there's just, it's a testament that they can admit to a mistake, or whatever you want to call it, if it was a mistake, I don't know. A lot of people think it wasn't a mistake. It was much more criminal than that. But it's a big problem in Georgia, and it's not a problem that's going away. I mean, you know, it's not a problem that's going away. And we got to...
President, this is Ryan. We're looking into every one of those things that you mentioned.
Okay,
our
that's
investigators,
good. But if you find them, you got to say it, Ryan. Look, if they're... Let me ask you. Ryan, if they're destroying ballots...
Let me tell you what we are seeing.
Go ahead.
What we're seeing is not at all what you're describing.
Let me tell you what we're seeing, okay? Nothing from Truth Social, nothing from Trump World seems to be manifesting in the real world, Donald.
And these are investigators from our office.
Keep in mind how unenviable the position is here also for Raffensperger, right? For imagine you have the spiritual leader of the Republican Party, okay, who's already destroyed some careers for people not falling in line, and now he's calling you to pressure you. Like, is your whole political future on the line here? Like, what do you do at this point, you know? Imagine if Donald Trump doesn't help, like, imagine, for instance, if he wouldn't help your Georgia Senate runoff elections because he's so ass mad about how your state handled things.
Office, these are investigators from GBI, and they're looking, and they're good, and that's not what they're seeing. And we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking at all these things.
Well, you better check on the ballots, because they are shredding ballots, Ryan. I'm just telling you, Ryan. They're shredding ballots. And you should look at that very carefully, because that's so illegal. You know, you may not even believe it because it's so bad, but they're shredding ballots because they think we're going to eventually get there, because we'll eventually get into Fulton. You know? It's, in my opinion, it's never too late. So, little double sound deck. So that's the story, fellas. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. And do you have provisional ballots at all, Brad? Provisional ballots?
Provisional ballots are allowed, you know, by state law.
Sure, but do you have them? I mean, are they counted, or did you just hold them back because they, you know, in other words, how many provisional ballots do you have in the state?
We'll get you that number.
Because most of them are made out to the name Trump, because these are people that were scammed when they came in, and we have thousands of people that have testified or that want to testify. When they came in, they were proudly going to vote on November 3rd, and they were told, I'm sorry, you've already been voted for, you've already voted. The women, men started screaming, no, I proudly voted till November 3rd. They said,
oh yeah, the reason why the phone was echoing there, that was when Moeller jumped on the line, by the way.
I'm sorry, but you already been voted for, and you have a ballot. And these people are beside themselves. So they went out and they filled in a provisional ballot, putting the name Trump on it. And what about that batch of military ballots that came in, and even though I won the military by a lot, it was 100% Trump. Do you know? I mean, 100% Biden. Do you know about that? A large group of ballots came in. I think it was to Fulton County, and they just happened to be 100% for Trump, even though Biden, even though Trump won the military by a lot, you know, a tremendous amount. But these ballots were 100% for Biden. And do you know about that? A very substantial number came in, all for Biden. Does anybody know about it?
I know about it, but we were never.
Well, okay, Toledo, wait. I'm not asking you, Toledo, honestly. I'm asking Brad. Do you know about the military ballot that we have confirmed now? Do you know about...
Poor... Who is this Cleta cuck? She sounds like she's actually, like, trying to sort of be kind of like a real lawyer. Like, she can only report on this shit. He needed to bring the true sycophants in here. He needed his Eastmans. He needed his Giulianis. He needed his pals in this call. Who's this Cleta cuck? Oh, no.
The military ballots that came in that were 100%, I mean, 100% for Biden. Do you know about that?
And I don't know about that. I do know that we have, when military ballots come in, it's not just military, it's also military and...
oh, someone said, nope, she's a true believer and an absolute lunatic. All right, well.
Overseas citizens. The military part of that does generally go Republican. The overseas citizen part of it generally goes very Democrat.
No, but this was... yeah, that's okay. But I got like 78% in the military. These ballots were all for... They didn't tell me overseas. Could be overseas, too, but I get votes overseas, too, Ryan, you know, in all fairness.
Thanks, Thomas Carston. Maybe I'll look into it. Okay?
No, they came in, a large batch came in, and it was, quote, 100% for Biden. And that is criminal. You know, that's criminal. Okay, that's another criminal. That's another of the many criminal events. Many criminal events here. I don't know. Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot, and therefore I won the state. That's before we go to the next step, which is in the process of right now, you know. And I watched you this morning, and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that. I just don't know why you don't want to have. The votes counted.
What's the implication? Dangerous to say that. Why? He's alluding to the idea that he's knowingly engaging in criminal behavior, which would make him prosecutable by who the fuck knows who. Trump probably thinks that somehow his federal courts can hear the case. I don't even know what the fuck kind of standing. No, he would only be. He'd have to be a private litigant, actually. But I don't even know if Trump knows that because he's fucking retarded. Trump probably thinks that he can get like the DOJ to prosecute somehow. But it wouldn't be Donald Trump the president. It would be Donald Trump as a candidate, because the federal court wouldn't have standing to hear the case. I don't think so. If it felt like there was criminal conduct, no, because the criminal conduct would be Georgian election officials not being pursuant to Georgian law. It'd have to be a state case, and the injured party would have to be somebody who's part of the state, or in this case, part of the election, like Trump's campaign. So it'd be Trump as a private citizen doing action. It wouldn't be. Well, but no, but he's saying criminal. I'm sorry. Criminal wouldn't be Trump. Trump wouldn't be there at all. It would be the Georgian, Georgia courts that have to prosecute on this. I don't know what's in Trump's head for this. I don't know what the fuck he thinks. He's just making threats to me. I've asked before about how you're considering presenting all this. No clue yet. Just doing all the research for it. So I have all the data here. And then my next note will just be figuring out what's the important part and then condensing that into a few.
As they are. Like even you, when you went to did that check, and I was surprised because, you know, I didn't consider the check, and we found a few thousand votes that were against me. I was actually surprised because the way that check was done, all you're doing is, recertifying existing votes. And, you know, you were given votes and you just counted them up, and you still found 3,000 that were bad. That was sort of surprising. That came down to 3 or 5, I don't know, there was still a lot of votes. But you have to go back to check from past years with respect to signatures. And if you check with Fulton County, you'll have hundreds of thousands because they dumped ballots into Fulton County and the other county next to it. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. We have that in spades already, or we can keep it going. But that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened. And they're going to see what happened. I mean, I'll take on anybody you want with regard to Ruby Freeman and her lovely daughter. Very lovely young lady, I'm sure. But Ruby Freeman, I will take Freeman. I will take on anybody you want. And the minimum, there were 18,000 ballots, but they used them 3 times. So that's, a lot of votes. And that one event, and they were all to Biden, by the way. That's the other thing we didn't say. You know, the Ruby Freeman, one thing I forgot to say, which was the most important. Do you know that every single ballot she did went to Biden? You know that, right? Do you know that, by the way, Brett?
Do you know that? How do you even how could you possibly know that?
Every single ballot that she did through the machine at early in the morning went to Biden. Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate, Mr. President.
Huh. What?
Ooh. Ooh. Oof. Oof.
Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate, Mr. President.
Huh. What is accurate?
The numbers that we are showing are accurate.
No, about Ruby Freeman, about early in the morning, Ryan, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out of from under the table, right? Do you know do you know who those ballots? Do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you earlier.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by Ruby Freeman, a known political operative balloteer? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
Known political operative balloteer.
For?
We looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden.
How would Trump even know that? How would they even have that information? Are you... I guess he said they magnified in the video. We can see the videos on YouTube, Chief. How could he even possibly know that?
100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group. Why don't you want to find this, Ryan? What's wrong with you? I heard your lawyer is very difficult, actually, but I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But
What was his last name again? Ryan Germany. Is Germany a prestigious last name, or is it just a fucking retarded Trump statement? Is Germany a Jewish last name? I have no fucking idea. Or is there a different lawyer that he's talking about?
We've looked into that situation that you described.
no, they were 100% for Biden.
It's not
100%.
Germany.
There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group. Why don't you want to find this, Ryan? What's wrong with you? I heard your lawyer is very difficult, actually, but I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But I'm just curious. Why do you keep fighting this thing? It just doesn't make sense. We're way over the 17,779, right? We're way over that number. And just if you took just Ruby Freeman, we're over that number by five or six times when you multiply it out times 3. And every single ballot went to Biden. And you didn't know that, but now you know it. So tell me, Brad, what are we going to do? We won the election, and it's not fair to take it away from us like this. And it's going to be very costly in many ways. And I think you have to say that you're going to re-examine it, and you can re-examine it, but re-examine it with people that want to find answers, not people that don't want to find answers. For instance, I'm hearing...
Fucking true. Patron, I nominate you to be the new fucking conservative spintard. Biden would never fight this hard to be president. Absolutely true. That's the one positive thing you could say about Trump here. You know what my band teacher used to say? He used to say, if you aren't cheating, you aren't trying.
Ryan, and he's probably, I'm sure, a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements about those ballots that he doesn't know. But he's making them with such, he did make them with surety, but now I think he's less sure, because the answer is they all went to Biden. And that alone wins us the election by a lot. You know, so.
Mr. President, you have people that submit information, and we have our people that submit information, and then it comes before the court, and the court then has to make a determination.
Cringe. Imagine caring about the fucking courts. You mean where the never-Trumper BJ Pack is? That court?
We have to stand by our numbers. We believe our numbers are right.
Well, actually, BJ Pack was a federal court. Did it get appealed up to the federal court? I don't remember.
Well, why do you say that, though? I don't know. I mean, sure, we can play this game with the courts, but why do you say that? First of all, they don't even assign us...
Fuck the court. Yeah, but we're going to play with the court. Come on, man. Seriously, you trust those fucking bozos?
Well, why do you say that, though? I don't know. I mean, sure, we can play this game with the courts, but why do you say that? First of all, they don't even assign us a judge. They don't even assign us a judge. But why wouldn't you... Hey, Brad, why wouldn't you want to check out Ruby Freeman? And why wouldn't you want to say, hey, if in fact President Trump is right about that, then he wins the state of Georgia. Just that one incident alone, without going through hundreds of thousands of drop ballots. You just say, you stick by, I mean, I've been watching you for, you know, you don't care about anything. Your numbers are right. But your numbers aren't right. They're really wrong. And they're really wrong, Brad. And I know this phone call's going nowhere other than ultimately, you know, look, ultimately, I win, okay? Because you guys are so wrong, and you treated, you know, look, ultimately, I win, okay?
That's a good soundbite. That should be a donut sound.
Because you guys are so wrong, and you've treated the population of Georgia so badly. Between you and your governor, who was down at 21, he was down 21 points, and like a schmuck, I endorsed him and he got elected. But I will tell you, he's a disaster, and he'll never. I can't imagine. The people are so angry in Georgia. I can't imagine he's ever getting elected again. I'll tell you.
Did you see what he almost said there? Actually, I changed my mind. Trump is very intentional. Did you see what he almost did? He almost did blackmail and then he stopped. Well, would you consider this blackmail or extortion or what? He almost said, I'm never going to support him again. I supported him and he fucking won, that schmuck. And I would the people are never going to vote for him. He almost did. You hear it coming here?
Points. And like a schmuck, I endorsed him and he got elected. But I will tell you, he's a disaster. And he'll never. I can't imagine. The people are so angry in Georgia. I can't.
And then he intelligently he rephrases this. He'll never. The people are going to be so mad that they're not going to vote right. I can't
imagine he's ever getting elected again. I'll tell you that much right now. But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? Because those numbers are so wrong.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, I mean, one of the things that we have been, Alex talked about this, we talked about it, and I don't know whether the information has been conveyed to your office, but I think what the President's saying, what we've been trying to do is to say, look, the court is not acting on our position. They haven't even assigned a judge. But the people of Georgia and the people of America have a right to know the answers. And you have data and records that we don't have access to. And you keep telling us and making public statements that you've investigated this and, nothing to see here. But we don't know about that. All we know is what you tell us. What I don't understand is why wouldn't it be in everyone's best interest to try to get to the bottom, compare the numbers? If you...
You have to understand. Hold on, I want you to understand, okay? Only 7,000 of you. The only ones on the internet will understand this, okay? Because we're the only ones that actually care about any of the structure. You have to understand the insanity of this request. Because on its face, it sounds like a reasonable request that they're making. But it's absolutely not. It's an insane request, okay? So, even if Donald Trump, the President of the United States, okay? You have the federal government, all right? And the federal government, you've got Congress, the Supreme Court, and then you've got the President, all right? And in the President, you have this little thing called the DOJ that does investigations, all right? And then over here, you've got a separate entity, all right? You've got the state of Georgia, all right? Georgia has its court, governor, and their legislature, right? Even if the President of the United States, as the President of the United States, was demanding voter information from Georgia, Georgia would already say, fuck you. Why the fuck? You have to come at us with a crazy subpoena, and not you, Mr. President. It would have to be your DOJ, would have to file a suit in a federal court, and then the federal court can come after us for this information. Why would we ever turn that over to you? That request would already be an egregious one for the President of the United States to make. But he's not even making this request as part of a formal investigation with a subpoena or as President of the United States. He's making this request as a private citizen. The private citizen, Donald Trump, who's running for president, and his personal lawyer is asking the state of Georgia, hey, Georgia, can you just open all of your voter information for us? Not as part of discovery in a court case, not as part of a subpoena for a criminal charge, and not as part of like any other type of court order that might be granted pretrial or whatever, right? But as a private citizen, he's demanding, he's saying, I need your voter information. It's such an unfathomably, insanely it would be the equivalent of me running for office and me not winning, and then me just like calling up like the Secretary of State, I guess, for Ramsburg, and be like, hey, so I know that we lost the last election. I got this guy, Daniel Salman, founder of Tiny Chat, by the way. We just want to like look at all of the voter registration information because I'm pretty sure you guys somebody cheated. Okay, so can you just go ahead and email me? Can you just email me like all of your super private, super confidential voter information that you wouldn't even release to the federal government, by the way? Because why the fuck would you? Can you just go ahead and send me that information? We won't fuck with it at all or do anything bad with it, but just send us all of that personal information. Thank you. It's such an unbelievably crazy request. Do they ever directly respond? I know we listed this a long time ago. Do they ever directly respond to how inappropriate and insane that request is?
All we know is what you tell us. What I don't understand is why wouldn't it be in everyone's best interest to try to get to the bottom, compare the numbers? If you say, because to try to be able to get to the truth, and that because we don't have any way of confirming what you're telling us. You tell us that you've had an investigation of the State Farm Arena.
Why would it matter for you to confirm? You're not William Barr. You're not Bill Barr. This isn't the DOJ asking for confirmation, which I don't even know, by the way, if the DOJ even has any fucking standing to ask this question. Okay, why the fuck would they? You need an injured party in the state of Georgia to ask this question. Okay, so fuck you as the personal lawyer of Donald. Like, who are you to even make this request? Why would you ever think they would acquiesce to this? It's an insane request.
Confirming what you're telling us. You tell us that you've had an investigation of the State Farm Arena. I don't have any report. I've never seen a report of investigation. I don't.
Who the fuck are you? You're Trump's private lawyer. Why the fuck would you see that report? You'll see whatever they publish publicly, or you can go to a Georgia court and get a fucking order for it, do a case and do discovery and figure it out that way. But like,
that you've had an investigation of the State Farm Arena. I don't have any report. I've never seen a report of investigation. I don't know what that is. I've been very involved in this, and I don't know. And that's just one of like 25 categories. And it doesn't even, and as the President said, we haven't even gotten into the Dominion issue. That's not part of our case. It's not part of, we just didn't feel as though we had any way to be able to develop.
No, we do have a way, but I don't want to get into it because we found a way in other states, leader, excuse me, but we don't need it because we're only down 11,000 votes, so we don't even need it. I personally think think they're corrupt as hell. But we don't need that, because all we have to do, Clayton, is find 11,000 plus votes. So we don't need that. I'm not looking to shake up the whole world. We won Georgia easily. We won it by hundreds of thousands of votes. But if you go by basic, simple numbers, we won it easily. So we're not giving Dominion a pass on the record.
No, right, exactly.
But we just don't, we don't need Dominion because we have so many other votes that we don't need to prove it any more than we already have.
Mr. President, this is Kurt.
Was he talking about the elector scheme there? No, here he's saying that like they have a secret way to go after Dominion and hold Dominion accountable because he thinks that that's going to happen, but that they don't. It's fucking...
Hilbert, if I might back here for a moment. Ryan, I would like to suggest that just 4 categories that have already been mentioned by the president that have actually hard numbers of 24,149.
Who's this guy? This is one of his other lawyers. This is like a no-name dude. I think on the call talking right now. Alex Kaufman or Kurt Hilbert, maybe?
Votes that were counted illegally. That in and of itself is sufficient to change the results or place the outcome in doubt. We would like to just sit down with your office, and we can do it through purposes of compromise.
This part is really important as well. Why not get into Dominion if you think if they are awful? If you have such damning evidence, why not show it? Because this is part of hopefully what he hopes is going through the DOJ. But I'm thinking by January 3rd, I think Bill Barr's already shot him down and said, "Sorry, sir, but this is all bullshit." I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold on. Department of Justice, FBI, public statement, Dominion voting machine. I think this was made months earlier, no? There was a public statement that was released on, I want to say it was like the DOJ.gov website. Or justice.gov. Fuck. I thought that Barr literally... Public statement, Dominion voting machines, FBI, Bill Barr. Wait, is it this? This is, I know I read this on a published, like on a .gov site. It was a letter that Bill Barr had written to the public. And I think he spoke about how they had seized or they'd gotten one Dominion voting machine, they'd analyzed it, and they said that any claims about there being weird software, any bullshit like that was just not. I'm just curious if it was before or well, whatever. It was probably this article. It was referring to, if there was something published, it was this. But this was December 1st, 2020. So Barr's already said fuck you on the whole Dominion bullshit. So actually, I don't know what Trump is referring. He's just talking shit when he's saying we've already got a way to talk about it. He doesn't. Nobody in the DOJ is willing to take up this absurdity for him.
Actually, the hard numbers of 24,149 votes that were counted illegally. That in and of itself is sufficient to change the results or place the outcome in doubt. We would like to just sit down with your office, and we can do it through purposes of compromise and settlement, just like this phone call, just to deal with that limited category of votes. And if you are able to establish that our numbers are not accurate, then fine. However, we believe that they are accurate. We've had now 3 to 4 separate experts look at these numbers. These numbers are based upon the USPS.
And certified accountants looked at them.
Correct. And this is just based on USPS data and your own Secretary of State data. So that's what we would entreat and ask you to do, sit down with us in a compromise and settlement proceeding and actually go through the registered voter IDs and the registrations. And if you can convince us that 24,149 is inaccurate, then fine. But we tend to believe that is, obviously more than 11,779. That's sufficient to change the result entirely in and of itself. So what would you say to that, Mr. Germany?
Kurt, I'm happy to. I'll get with our lawyers and we'll set that up. That number is not accurate, and I think we can show you, for all the ones we've looked at, why it's not. And so that would be helpful. I'm happy to get with our lawyers and set that up with you guys.
Well, let me ask you, Kurt. Kurt, you think that is an accurate number? That was based on the information given to you by the Secretary of State's Department, right?
That is correct. That information is the minimum, most conservative data based upon USPS data and the Secretary of State's office data that has been made publicly available. We do not have the internal numbers from the Secretary of State.
When he says made publicly available, what he means is that's the number that they read on the website. Bro.
Yet we have asked for it 6 times. I've sent a letter over to Mr. Anulowitz several times requesting this information, and it's been rebuffed every single time. So
I want to read those letters. Are those published anywhere? The letters have to just be saying, bro, fuck off. Why the fuck would we ever give that information to you? Come back when you have a fucking subpoena or a court order. Why the fuck would we ever give you that information?
it stands to reason that if the information is not forthcoming, there's something to hide. That's the problem that we have.
Wait.
Well, that's not the case, sir.
What did he just say? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
Requesting this information, and it's been rebuffed every single time. So it stands to reason that if the information is not forthcoming, there's something to hide.
If you're not willing to turn over all of your private voter information to us, you must be hiding something? Excuse me, sir. The burden on proof is on you to even make a positive claim, of which you've, given none. Like, oh, I'm so, fuck me. I was gonna say I'm so happy the state of Georgia is the one doing the RICO case, but who knows how much of that case is gonna survive the Supreme Court immunity ruling.
That's the problem that we have. Well, that's not the case, sir. Things that you guys are entitled to get, and there's things that under law we are not allowed to give out.
Well, you have to. Well, under law, you're not allowed to give faulty election results, okay? You're not allowed to do that, and that's what you've done. This is a faulty election result. And honestly...
Hold on, real quick. Wrong. It's a little different because Trump is president at this time, so he has some power. Bullshit. Trump is not acting as president here. That's why he's on this call with his personal lawyers, more or less. This isn't the Department of Justice. He doesn't have Donahue or Rosen with him. He doesn't have his attorney generals. None of this is in the capacity as the executive investigating a state. Also, fuck the investigative powers of the DOJ on the state here. They don't have standing here. What law? It's not up to the Department of Justice. The federal government does not enforce state law against a state legislature or election body. It's wholly inappropriate. They have no standing to even bring this fucking case. They want a legal challenge here. It has to come within the state of Georgia itself. The federal government, but that was even if he was acting as the head of the federal government. But he's not. This is Donald Trump as a candidate with his personal lawyers on the phone call, making a personal plea to get voter information. None of this is.
Honestly, this should go very fast. You should meet tomorrow because you have a big election coming up, and because of what you've done to the president, the people of Georgia know that this was a scam.
More extortion, blackmail, right?
And because of what you've done to the president, a lot of people aren't going out to vote. And a lot of Republicans are going to vote negative because they hate what you did to the president. Okay? They hate it. And they're going to vote. And if you would be respected, if this thing could be straightened out before the election. You have a big election coming up on Tuesday. And therefore, I think that it really is important that you meet tomorrow and work out on these numbers. Because I know, Brad, that if you think we're right, I think you're going to say, and I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm just saying that,
And he's giving you like your way out as well, your path to redemption too, right? Like, listen, I'm chill, I'm cool. I just need 12,000 votes. I'm cool though. Like whatever you guys have to do, I'm chill.
I think we're right. I think you're going to say, and I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm just saying that under new counts and under new views of the election results, we won the election. It's very simple. We won the election. As the governor of major states and the surrounding states said, there is no way you lost Georgia. As the Georgia politicians say, there is no way you lost Georgia. Everyone knows I won it by hundreds of thousands of votes. But I'll tell you, it's going to have a big impact on Tuesday if you guys don't get this thing straightened out fast.
Like, this is the guy that Republicans say he could sit across the table from Putin and fucking negotiate. Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. This guy got dog walked by the fucking Georgia Secretary of State. He didn't even have any fucking idea what he could even ask for in this call. This is the guy that's going to negotiate across the table from Xi Jinping and fucking Vladimir Putin. Give me a break.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, this is Mark. Let me just. It sounds like we've got two different sides agreeing that we.
You watched the ABC Trump investigation video yet? No, this is all. I'm just doing my own reading. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, this is Mark. Let me just. It sounds like we've got two different sides agreeing that we can look at those areas, and I assume that we can do that within the next 24 to 48 hours to go ahead and get that reconciled, so that we can look at the two claims and making sure that we get the access to the Secretary of State's data to either validate or invalidate the claims that have been made. Is that correct?
So that's not what I said. I'm happy to sit down with, or have our lawyers sit down with Curtin and the lawyers on that side and explain to him, hey, here's, based on what we've looked at so far, here's how our...
Hold on.
Correct. We get the access to 48 hours. You can look at the President. This is Mark.
It's going to have a big impact on Tuesday if you guys don't get this thing straightened out fast.
Well, Mr. President, this is Mark. Let me.
Oh, this is Mark Kelly, the Chief of Staff. Okay. So kind of an official, well, not official, but he's the Chief of Staff. I don't know why he's on this call. Feels a little inappropriate. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know why the White House Chief of Staff should be on this call, but okay.
It sounds like we've got two different sides agreeing that we can look at those areas, and I assume that we can do that within the next 24 to 48 hours to go ahead and get that reconciled, so that we can look at the two claims and making sure that we get the access to the Secretary of State's data to either validate or invalidate the claims that have been made. Is that correct?
I love that. You've got two people. This is like a used car salesman, right? You've got two wholly different interpretations of events, and then this guy at the end is like, okay, so it sounds like we all agree. You're gonna go ahead and turn over everything to Trump's side, and then we can just go ahead and look through it all, and we'll all like be chill. We'll figure it all out, and we'll be cool. And yeah, does that sound good? Like, hello, sir. I'm sorry. Were you not here for the last 57 minutes of phone call?
So that's not what I said. I'm happy to sit down with, or have our lawyers sit down with Curtin and the lawyers on that side and explain to him, hey, here's, based on what we've looked at so far, here's how we know this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And
So what you're saying, Ryan? Hold on. Let me make sure. So what you're
so, okay, hold on, Ryan. Let's try this one more time, Ryan. Wait, fuck. I don't remember how this phone call ends. Is he about to threaten him? What you're saying is you don't want to try to find criminal behavior in your state, or is he about to, or is he going to try to reframe it and say like, well, what you're saying is we just need to talk and then you'll turn it all over? Is it going to be a threat, or is it going to be another like dramatic rephrasing?
How we know this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And
So what you're saying, Ryan? Hold on. Let me make sure. So what you're saying is you really don't want to give access to the data. You just want to make another case on why the lawsuit is wrong.
Oh. Well. Okay, kind of. That's actually an okay. That's an okay. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. It is. It's still. He's not acknowledging how ridiculous the request is, but this wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be.
I don't think we can give access to data that's protected by law. But we can sit down with them and say,
But
hey,
you're allowed to have a phony election?
Trump is so. He just like he interjects. It's like me arguing with Cake that like I want to host like 5 terabytes of movies on my fucking website. Cake is like, we don't have the bandwidth for that. And I'm like, but you can host my stream on DGG. Cake's like, well, it's not actually us hosting the data. It's right there on the webpage. I can see it. I've had many people tell me that they go to DGG and they watch my site. Why can't we just put movies up here? You can't host them directly, sir. That's not what I was told. In fact, Vosh says that on their website with Whiteleaf, they host movies all the time. We don't have the bandwidth, sir. But you have the bandwidth to host my streams. It's just like...
Give access to data that's protected by law. But we can sit down with them and say...
But
hey,
you're allowed to have a phony election? You're allowed to have a phony election, right?
No, sir.
When are you going to do the signature counts on that? When are you going to do signature verification on Fulton County? Which you said you were going to do, and now all of a sudden you're not doing it. When are you doing that?
Mr. President, we've announced.
To get to this issue of the personal information and privacy issue, is it possible that the Secretary of State could deputize the lawyers for the president so that...
Is this Mark Meadows again? Oh, what a gross, rapey, legally rapey fucking... Can you deputize Donald Trump's personal lawyers? To what? Give them unlimited... I don't even know what they would get here. What does deputize mean? So then, how would that give them access? So now you're part of the state of Georgian legal system. How would that even give you access to any of this? Or can you deputize somebody as part of like a...
and privacy issue? Is it possible that the Secretary of State could deputize the lawyers for the president so that we could access that information, that private information, without you having any kind of violation?
That's such an unhinged request. What? We want to be part of the team, sir.
Well, I don't want to know who it is. You guys can do it very confidentially. You can sign a confidentiality agreement.
Oh, and Donald Trump's like, oh, hold on. Are you about to criminally implicate me in some wild fucking heist? I don't need to be on call for that shit.
That's okay. I don't need to know names.
All right,
but we got the information on this stuff that we're talking about. We got all that information from the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
What? No, you didn't. You didn't get any information from the Secretary of State. What are you talking about?
On this stuff that we're talking about, we got all that information from the Secretary of State.
You got it from the website. That's what you mean to say, sir. You didn't get anything like confidential or anything private from the Secretary. You got it from the website, okay?
Yeah, so let me recommend, Ryan, if you and Kurt will get together, when we get off of this phone call, if you could get together and work out a plan to address some of what we've got with your attorneys, where we can actually look at the data. For example, Secretary, I can tell you, you said there was only 2 dead people that would vote. I can promise you there are more than that, and that may be what your investigation shows, but I can promise you there are more than that. But at the same time, I think it's important that we go ahead and move expeditiously to try to do this and resolve it as quickly as we possibly can. And if that's
yeah, because they're kind of certifying the vote in like fucking 3 or 4 days. Or no, wait. When did this call take place? January 2nd, 2024. Was it really that soon before the election? Donald Trump call to Raffensperger. January 2nd, 2021. Did I say 2024? Sorry, 2021. Damn, 4 days before J6.
the good next step. Hopefully we can finish this phone call and go ahead and agree that the 2 of you will get together immediately.
Well, why don't my lawyers show you where you got the information? It'll show the Secretary of State, and you don't even have to look at any names. We don't want names. We don't care. But we got that information from you.
From your website.
And Stacey Abrams is laughing about, she's going around saying these guys are dumber than a rock. What he's done to this party is unbelievable, I tell you. And I only ran against her once, and that was with a guy named Brian Kemp, and I beat her. And if I didn't run, Brian wouldn't have had even a shot, either in the general or in the primary. He was dead as a doornail. He never thought he had a shot at either one of them. What a schmuck I was. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I would like you to, for the attorneys on my side, I'd like you to perhaps meet with Ryan, ideally tomorrow, because I think we should come to a resolution of this before the election. Otherwise, you're gonna have people just not voting. They don't want to vote. They hate the state. They hate the governor, and they hate the Secretary of State. I will tell you that right now. And the only people that like you are people that will never vote for you. You know that, Brad, right? They like you, They like you. They can't believe what they found. They want more people like you. So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And
then this is where Rob Noor and all the conservatives are like, actually, Destiny, if you listen to the end, he says we just want the truth. So he just asked for the truth. That's all he's saying. I mean, like, what else, what more do you want? Like, he literally says it at the end.
Look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It'll take a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. That's the real truth.
Every time he says it, it's just more and more that he won the state by.
But we don't need 400,000 votes. We need less than 2,000 votes. And are you guys able to meet tomorrow, Ryan?
I'll get with Chris, the lawyer who's representing us in the case, and see when he can get together with Kurt.
All right.
Ryan will be in touch with the other attorney on this call, Mr. Meadows. Thank you, President Trump, for your time.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Hey, NBC News viewer.
Can somebody link me, I just want to watch one video. Is there any conservative cope? What did the conservatives say about this phone call? Is there Is there like a Nick Ricada or some give me some conservative lawyer guy. Who are the big YouTube lawyer people? Do Shapiro. Oh, Shapiro reaction. Wait, they must have made content on this or something, right? Oh, maybe I shouldn't be using this. Oh, Republicans react to Trump Raffensperger.
How do you interpret what you heard and what you read about what the president and the Georgia Secretary of State were talking about?
Well, what I read about, the president has always been concerned about the integrity of the election.
Traitors.
To have a statewide elected official, regardless of party, tape unknown to tape without disclosing a conversation, private conversation with the president of the United States, and then leaking it to the press, now is disgusting.
This call.
You mean is based? Is based? Absolutely based.
This call was not a helpful call.
This is about the very nature of the Constitution, and to my Republican friends out there, listen. If we win the presidency in 4 years, and the Democrats try to do the same thing, I don't think they will, but if they do, you have no moral authority to be upset by it if you voted for this. You have no moral authority. I just don't know where we can go from here besides speaking out, saying this should never become normal, and ensuring that the peaceful transition of power happens.
So on that call, the president asked Secretary Raffensperger to find votes. Do you think that it's wrong what the president asked him?
Look, my entire focus is on tomorrow, Tuesday, January 5th, because the future of the country is at stake right here in Georgia.
Okay, so what the media are saying, he is saying, is that he's...
Oh my God. Have I watched this before? I already know exactly what he's about to say. Have I watched this before on stream? Does anybody know? I can't tell if I can just predict it, or do I just know? He's gonna say, the media is reporting that Donald Trump was asking them to invent 12,000 votes, but that wasn't really what he was asking for. He was just saying that he knows he has at least 12,000 votes to win, and that was all Trump was asking for. I'm sure maybe it was a little aggressive, but I think that Donald Trump was just saying that that's how many he would have needed to win, and he was just saying that he had as many, at least that many, because of voter fraud. He wasn't saying they needed to invent 12,000 votes, which is what the media is saying. That's what this whole video is going to be. I can feel it.
Okay, so what the media are saying, he is saying, is that he is saying to Raffensperger, I want you to manufacture those votes out of thin air. And I don't care whether there was voter fraud or voter irregularity. I want you to go under your bed, and I want you to find votes for Donald Trump, and then I want you to retally. That's not what Trump is saying, right? What Trump is saying is he believes that there was widespread voter fraud and voter irregularity. Undoubtedly, there was more voter fraud and voter irregularity than the margin of victory for Joe Biden in the state, and therefore he should be declared the winner of the state. He's not ordering Raffensperger to manufacture votes out of thin air. He's not ordering Raffensperger to magically come up with 12,000 votes. That's not what he's doing. It's bad enough what he's doing. Now, the reason it's bad enough what he's doing is because if you actually care about voter fraud and voter irregularity, you shouldn't be tying that to results. What you should say is, I'm concerned about voter fraud. I'm concerned about voter irregularity. There are a bunch of outstanding allegations that have been made that you have not answered. And so I want specific answers on those, not because the margin of victory is the key issue, not because I want you to get to that 12,000 votes and flip the state, but because I care about voter fraud and voter irregularity. So for people who seriously want to rejigger the system, it can't be a self-interested pursuit. It can't be, I care about voter fraud and voter irregularity because it hurt me. It has to be, I care about voter fraud and voter irregularity generally, right? That is the biggest problem with Trump's phone call. The specter of a candidate in an election calling up the election official as president of the United States and telling him that he is upset that the margin is.
But this was, oh, dude, I feel like reading those Supreme Court cases and just like doing basic reading on like the structure of government, I feel like it has blown my mind up in understanding like the structure of like how things relate to each other, right? Like, and Ben Shapiro is a Harvard lawyer, so he should know this, right? This was not a phone call as the president of the United States. If it was, and I hope that they argue this in court when they try to charge these acts, if this was a presidential phone call, it wouldn't have been with his personal lawyers. It would have been with the Attorney General. It would have been with the Deputy Attorney General. It wouldn't have been with personal counsel, personal legal counsel. It was that way because this is a call as a candidate, 100%. He's not calling as president. Ben knows this.
Calling up the election official as president of the United States and telling him that he is upset that the margin is 11,000 votes and that he doesn't really care about the voter fraud and voter irregularity. All he cares about is the margin. That's ugly stuff. Is that criminal stuff? No. People who are suggesting that this is criminal activity, that's silly. It's not criminal activity. People who are suggesting that Trump is quote-unquote threatening Raffensperger, I read the entire transcript. There really is not evidence of threatening behavior by...
Except for 3 different times where Donald Trump alludes to helping a candidate, the candidate winning, and then saying that he's probably going to lose the next election because everybody's going to hate you if you don't find these votes for me. I still love how when it's a Democrat, like Hillary Clinton tweets out good morning, and then Donald Trump the next day complains about back pain. And Ben Shapiro and the rest of the world is talking about how when Hillary Clinton said good morning, that was code word for good morning's the exercise, which is actually an operation where the CIA points laser beams at Trump's back in order to like stretch it out and hurt him and cause him to injure himself so that he can't perform well in debates. But then like when Donald Trump says, listen here, if you want me to fucking campaign for you, you better fucking find those votes. And Ben is like, well, he just means that, like, if Donald Trump doesn't win the presidency, he's not going to be able to help him in the election in 2 years because he's not going to be popular anymore. Of course, that's all they meant. Like, it's such an unbelievable amount of charity for, like, what is blatant, open, corrupt official act. Like, or I shouldn't say official, I should say unofficial. Like, it's just corruption. It's so obviously corruption. Like, well, actually, if you read it, he doesn't actually say, I'm extorting you. He doesn't actually say those words, ever.
Quote, threatening Raffensperger. I read the entire transcript. There really is not evidence of threatening behavior by Trump. You can say there's a power imbalance in the conversation. That's certainly true. It's
Yeah, the power imbalance is that Donald Trump is a fucked little private citizen who can't do shit, and he's begging the Secretary of State to change the election for him, and he can't do it.
You can say there's a power imbalance in the conversation. That's certainly true. It's certainly true that when the president calls you up and says he wants you to find a thing, you feel pressure to find the thing. That does not mean that there's an actual attempt by Trump to actually punish Raffensperger in any way other than the sort of overtly political yelling at Raffensperger, which he's been doing for months since the election itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Why wouldn't Trump have gotten the Attorney General on the call illegal? Because the Attorney Generals hated him because they were like, bro, you're fucking unhinged. They're not going to co-sign this shit. They already told him to fuck off. Wait, no, of course not. Remember, weeks before this, Donald Trump was already telling his attorney generals, and then he was telling the, other people working in the Department of Justice. He's like, listen, I need you to write a bullshit letter that I can take to Georgia, tell them we're doing an investigation so that they halt their goddamn electoral certification, okay? I need you to write this fucking letter and tell them that we're still and the two AGs, right, Donahue and Rosen, were like, no, this is unhinged. And he threatened to fire them both.
Okay, so what the media are saying...
Okay. Michael Knowles on the phone call. Don't do this to me. I bet he's going to say the exact same thing. I bet the Daily Wire all got their, like, marching orders. Jeremy probably wrote out, okay, guys, listen up. This is how we're dealing with this, okay?
Great. In this case, because President Trump had a phone call with Secretary of State of Georgia and said, hey, I want there to be ballot security. Look, there was...
What? Ballot security? Did I miss that part? Were they talking about securing the vote? Did I miss that part of the phone call?
Tens of thousands of ballots that look very fraudulent to me, and we're only down by whatever it is, 11,000 or 12,000. So you look at...
To be clear, he said, I think he said 400,000 by the end of the phone call. It grew through the call. I'm pretty sure by the end he said 400,000 votes.
...into those ballots, otherwise this election could be won through fraud on the part of Joe Biden. And then they leaked the phone call, and then they take one little 2-second clip out of it, and then Bernstein goes on and says, worse than Watergate. The reason I got a little flubbed up in the introduction, I said Woodward accidentally instead of Bernstein, because those were the two journalists, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. And Bernstein, who's the one they trot out more often, is sort of like the Ben Affleck to Bob Woodward's Matt Damon. You know, Bob Woodward is the one who has at least some talent, and Carl Bernstein just kind of went along for the ride.
Wait, I'm sorry, wait, I might just be pop culture retarded. Do people consider Ben Affleck to be a bad actor? He's flat. Okay, not to sound mean. Okay, not to sound mean. But do we consider Matt Damon to be an amazing actor? Yeah. I'm not saying Matt Damon is bad. I would never say that Matt Damon is a bad actor. But is Damon an amazing actor? No, but better than Affleck? Okay.
All of the nonsensical allegations of worse than Watergate that we hear from Bernstein every 6 months. Think about some of the scandals on the left. Watergate has been blown up into this massive, the worst possible scandal ever. It wasn't. Actually, in the grand scope of presidential scandal, it wasn't all that big a deal compared to, say, allegations that John Kennedy stuffed ballot boxes through the Daily Machine in Illinois in 1960 to steal that vote.
I thought he was gonna say Reagan selling, is it Sandinistas? What was it, through Iran or whatever? I thought he was gonna bring up like Iran-Contra or some shit. But no, it was, of course, it's JFK. Okay. My bad.
Election, perhaps from Richard Nixon. LBJ famously stealing his Senate seat in 1948 in Texas. That one went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the court simply wouldn't hear the case. They didn't even rule on it. And that is what landed him then in the vice presidency, and then after Kennedy's assassination in the presidency. How about Barack Obama spying on the Trump campaign in 2016? That seems worse than Watergate. How about Hillary Clinton's campaign?
I also like how they say Barack Obama spying on it, because in their mind, like, well, the president is obviously like directly communicating with the DOJ and getting feedback from every single thing. None of that has ever been true. Well, I'm sorry. None of it has ever been confirmed. There's no evidence of any of that. It's just like a thing they say, because Trump probably tried to do it. Well, no, Trump did try to do it. And he got so ass blasted. Trump got so fucking ass pained when he wasn't able to do it, because he just wasn't picking the right people. He's not going to make that mistake again, though.
Campaign colluding with a foreign adversary, ironically colluding with Russia to put together the bogus Steele dossier to try to subvert the Trump campaign. What about that? That's certainly worse than Watergate. Give me a break. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear anymore from the left. You'll hear about how Nixon was the most corrupt president. Nixon was nothing compared to Barack Obama. Nixon was, you think Nixon was dishonest? The guy's nothing compared to Joe Biden, who at least would appear to be about to ascend to the presidency. Nothing compared to Hillary Clinton. Give me a break. They do this also with McCarthy. You'll always hear about McCarthyism and this awful McCarthyism during the early 20th century, when this awful senator pretended that there were communists working in the federal government. There were communists working in the federal government. There was a communist who helped found the United Nations. His name was Alger Hiss, and he was a very high-level employee at the State Department. He was at the DOJ before that. He was a convicted communist. I suppose it was after the statute of limitations had run. There's a whole book about this called Witness by Whitaker Chambers. It's the book that turned Reagan from...
Okay. All right, one final meme and then...
All right, Alexander, let's talk about more fake news from the Washington Post that has now been admitted to have been fake news by the Washington Post. 2 months removed, 2 months after the fact, the Washington Post and the fake news mainstream media have come clean, kind of admitted that they made up a BS story about what Trump had told Francis Watson, the chief investigator with the Georgia Secretary of State's office. So they made up a story that Trump had contacted Francis Watson, and I'm going to get this right because unlike the Washington Post, we're going to report the facts and I want to make sure the quotes are correct. On January 9th, the Washington Post reported that Trump told Watson, the chief investigator with the Georgia Secretary of State's office, to, and I quote, he told her to, told him and her, told him to, quote, find the fraud he claims happened during the 2020 U.S. election, and that if she did, she'd be, quote, a national hero. That is what the Post reported. Now we have a recording of the call, which reveals that Trump did not say that. And I'm going to read you exactly what Trump said. Quote, instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting she would find dishonesty there. That's what the retraction reads, with Trump adding that she had, quote, the most important job in the country right now. So that's what Trump said.
Wait, what is this phone call? Wait, I haven't even heard this phone call. Donald Trump call Francis Watson. Oh my God. A whole new phone call. Oh my God. Okay, this is a recording of Donald Trump calling the Georgia election investigator. This would have been help me understand. The Georgia election investigator would be working under the governor, right? States are broken down the same way that the federal government is, right? We've got the governor is the executive, the state legislature is Congress, and then your state Supreme Courts or whatever are going to be the judicial. So if you've got an investigator, this is always working downstream from the governor, basically, right? Georgia government structure. Let me just understand. Yeah, okay. So it'll be the same thing. Okay. And then this is the Georgia election investigator. All right. And so Donald Trump is calling the investigator. And the investigator is part of the Secretary of State of Georgia, correct? The Georgia Secretary of State's office is charged with administering elections and investigating allegations of election and voter fraud. Okay. So it was Kemp, yes. So it would go Kemp, Brian Kemp is the governor, and then underneath him, there is the state secretary office, who's headed by Raffensperger, and then under Raffensperger, I don't know if you'd have a second inferior office or something, but this guy is going to be working. Okay, that's the structure. All right. Wait, hold on. Destiny, the Secretary of State is separate from the governor in Georgia. Wait, did I just misunderstand what I just read? Control F, Secretary. Oh, they're elected separately. Okay. Georgia's main executive official and head of state is the governor, elected to a 4-year term by Georgia voters. The governor isn't allowed to hold office more than 2 consecutive terms. Along with overseeing the state budget and leading an executive branch of more than 100,000 employees, the governor is in charge of enforcing laws, leading our state's National Guard and police force as commander-in-chief, vetoing, approving, or taking no action on legislation, filling unexpected vacancies in the Senate, House of Representatives, and other public offices, convening special sessions of the Georgia Assembly, and nominating officials to positions in state government. Okay, and then the other elected members of the executive branch include the lieutenant governor, the secretary of state, attorney general, state school superintendent, and commissioners of agriculture, insurance, and labor. Okay, so these are part of the executive branch, but they don't exist under, or they're not, they might report to the governor, I'm not sure, but the governor doesn't nominate these people, they're elected. And when it says elected in Georgia, you elect them on your ballot. They're not elected by like the, state assembly or anything, right? Or the state legislature. The Georgia Senate and Georgia House of Representatives, the Georgia General Assembly. Okay. Nice, thanks. My face when Georgia's Constitution offline. So he can fill vacancies in case of death, resignation, or otherwise. Okay, hold on. Okay, other executive officers and how they're elected. The Secretary of State, Attorney General, State School Superintendent, Commissioner of Insurance, Commissioner of Agriculture, shall be elected in the manner prescribed for the election of members of the General Assembly, and the electors shall be the same. Such executive officers shall be elected at the same time and hold their offices for the same term as the governor. Okay. All right. Is election investigator, is that like a real? No? Okay. All right, we're listening. Destiny, do you actually do research to learn or just strengthen your pre-existing notions? Just that. I'd only do it for confirmation bias, my dude.
Hello, Francis. How are you?
Hello, Mr. President. I am actually doing very well.
Good. Well, you have a big fan in our great chief, right? Chief of Staff, Mark.
I did. I met him.
Ooh. Is it? So did Mark Meadows? Mark Meadows. I'm totally extrapolating, guessing here. Mark Meadows chat with her, and she didn't give him the answers that Trump wanted. So now Trump is calling.
Did. I met him. It was a pleasure to meet him yesterday.
Nah, he's great. He was very successful. He was a great congressman, and then when you lead by 35 points, it's hard to get people out of there. But I tried for 2 years, and we got him. He's done a fantastic job. I just wanted to thank you for everything. He told me you've been great, and look, this country is counting on it because it's very interesting. So I won Florida in a record number, Ohio in a record, Texas in a record.
It's the same schizophrenic rambling. Holy shit. Is he going to ask her about Ruby Freeman? Is he about to ask her about all the stupid retarded shit that he saw on fucking YouTube?
Alabama by 40 points. And I won everything but Georgia. And I won Georgia. I know that by a lot. And the people know it. And, something happened there. I mean, something bad happened. And I hope you're doing that job because if you, I hope you're going back 2 years as opposed to just checking, one against the other because that would just be sort of a signature check that didn't mean anything. But if you go back 2 years, and if you can get to Fulton, you're going to find things that are going to be unbelievable, the dishonesty.
Like, imagine Trump, okay? Trump's some random fuck retard. There's not, been an official, DOJ investigation that he's been briefed on. There hasn't been some, deep probe or whatever, right? Trump is just, and he's calling the person who's, doing the investigations, and the same, he's like, listen, you need to check here, trust me. You're going to find some wild shit. And she's like, excuse me, aren't you calling me to investigate? Why would you tell me about some of this wild shit you know about? What the fuck are you talking about?
That we've heard from.
Right.
Just good sources, really
right.
Good sources. But Fulton is the mother lode, as the expression goes, Fulton County.
Right.
And,
well, Mr. President.
I don't want to say,
Right. I appreciate your comments, and I can assure you that our team and the GBI that we're only interested in the truth. And
what is GBI? Is that what she said? Georgia Board of Inspection? I have no idea what GBI. I don't even know if that's what she said.
And the GBI that we're only interested in the truth and finding finding the information that's based on the facts. And
oh, GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, maybe. Okay.
We've been working 12, 16-hour days, and we're working through it, and so I can assure you that. And I do appreciate you calling. I know that you're a very, very busy, very important man, and I'm very honored that you called. And and quite frankly, I'm shocked, and that you would take time to do that. But I am very appreciative.
No, Mark asked me to do it. He thinks you're great, and you have
Yep. Mark asked me to call because Mark probably didn't get what he wanted.
But he thinks you're great, and you have the most important job in the country right now because if we win.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I just realized I'm giving a very bad impression of what's happening. Because somebody said, Destiny, why was Trump so focused on Georgia when he wouldn't have won even if they flipped Georgia? Didn't he need all 4 states to win? Donald Trump was not just focused on Georgia. I think that Georgia is where all this stuff leaked from. But my understanding is there were at least 3 other states that similar calls were being made to. I don't mean to give you the impression that it was just Georgia. That's incorrect. I believe that pressure was being exerted on, I think it was at least 4 states. I know that somebody posted in chat earlier, there are calls in Arizona. I don't know if any of them have been published. I don't know if any other calls have been published yet, but I am pretty sure there have been. I'll look that up as part of this. We'll probably do that tomorrow.
Georgia, first of all, if we win, you're going to have 2 wins. They're not going to win right now. They're down because the people of Georgia are so angry at what happened to me. They know I won by hundreds of thousands of votes. It wasn't close. And Alabama, you know, where they go, because I won South Carolina in a record, Alabama in a record, Florida in a record. You know, I won Florida by 600,000 or 700,000 votes. It's never happened before with a Republican. And with all the money they spent, you know, you heard all about these guys going down spending a fortune. And we won Texas by a record. Texas was won by the biggest number ever. And it, you know, it didn't. And Ohio, of course, you know that. You know about that. That was won by 9 points or something. And it's all of it. Iowa. I mean, and it didn't. It never made sense. And you know, they dropped ballots. They dropped all these ballots. Stacey Abrams, really terrible. I mean, just a terrible thing. And I will say this, if and when, hopefully this will show, because if you go back 2 years or 4 years, you're going to see it's a totally different signature. But hopefully, you know, I will, when the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why, you know, they made it so hard. They will be praised. People will say, great. Because that's what it's about, that ability to check and to make it right. Because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way. You know, they had people in Georgia, for instance, that won, and I was way ahead of them, and they won because of me. You know, I pulled them, they call it coattails, right? And we pulled them across, and they say, there's no way that I beat you by 15 points. You know, I've had that in, we've had plenty of those calls, too. So, anyway.
Oh, my bad. Whoops, I was going to bring up the Russell log to show Nathan roasting me. And the wave of duckers. But my OBS is being weird. There it is. How did Nathan's logs just get wiped? Yeah, I think Nathan's been wiped off the server. Yeah, and any of my logs at him are also wiped. Oh, Nathaniel the memer, not the streamer. My bad. Check it out. Say something to me with my original thought rather than someone else's shitty take, you retard. I'm like, oh. I was pretty out of line though, to be fair. Then
but whatever you can by 9 points or something, and it's all of it, Iowa. I mean, and it never made sense. And you know, they dropped ballots. They dropped all these ballots. Stacey Abrams, really, really terrible. I mean, just a terrible thing. And I will say this: if it went, I mean, hopefully this will show, because if you go back 2 years or 4 years, you're going to see it's a totally different signature. But hopefully, you know, I will. When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why. You know, they made it so hard. They will be praised. People will say, great, because that's what it's about, that ability to check into and to make it right, because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way. You know, they had people in Georgia, for instance, that won, and I was way ahead of them, and they won because of me, and I pulled them, I think, on coattails, right? And we pulled them across, and they say, there's no way that I beat you by 15 points. You know, I've had that we've had plenty of those calls, too. So, anyway, but whatever you can do, Francis, it would be, it's a great thing. It's an important thing for the country. It's so important. You have no idea it's so important. Well, and I very much appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate your call, and I...
Yeah, okay. I don't think it's a very massive correction. But
and that if she did, she'd be, quote, a national hero. That is what the Post reported. Now we have a recording of the call, which reveals that Trump did not say that. And I'm going to read you exactly what Trump said. Quote, instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting she would find dishonesty there. That's what the retraction reads, with Trump adding that she had, quote, the most important job in the country right now. So that's what Trump said. The most important job in the country right now, the Washington Post said that Trump told her she would be a hero. When Trump told her to investigate, to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, the Washington Post reported that Trump had told her to, quote, find the fraud, quote, find the votes. Pure lies. Now we have a complete retraction from the Washington Post. And you know why we have this? This is the best part about this.
Jack, the dipshit, the brainlet, the guy who was dishonorably discharged from the military, if he was ever even in the military. Fucking loser. Retracts massive story. It's not a retraction at all. It's just these two quotes shouldn't have been attributed as quotes, but it's more or less what was said.
We have a complete retraction from the Washington Post. And you know why we have this? This is the best part about this. They thought, the Washington Post, the real story here is that the Washington Post thought, and all of the fake news mainstream media thought, that they would use their typical anonymous sources, always these anonymous sources that are floating around, you know, they always have these anonymous sources. These anonymous sources, they were going to use them and report this BS story, and there was no recording, there was nothing there. There was no evidence of this. But what do we have? We have an audio file that was found in the computer's trash folder. And now we have what Trump actually said during that audio call, and we have all of the...
Jesus Christ.
These BS mainstream media channels retracting their story, starting with the Washington Post. 2 months removed, but it's the same old story, Alexander. They do this time and time and time again, whether it's Iraq WMDs, or whether it's Russiagate, or whether it's Syrian chemical weapons, other false flags, Ukraine Gate, you name it. They do this time.
Do you notice how he just hit? I'm sorry. It's conspiracy. Blah, blah, blah. He just hit like every major Russian talking point. You notice that just happened? What? How long ago was this? 2021? Damn, wait. The big invasion was 2022, right? Fuck me, my timelines. Russia, invasion, Ukraine. Wait, why does he bring up Ukraine here? Wait, am I hearing things? Hold on.
Retracting their story, starting with the Washington Post. 2 months removed, but it's the same old story.
Oh, he means the, I'm sorry, he's talking about the impeachment. My bad. My brain I forgot. There's so much to keep track of.
Alexander, they do this time and time and time again, whether it's Iraq WMDs, or whether it's Russiagate, or whether it's Syrian chemical weapons, other false flags, Ukraine Gate, you name it. They do this time and time again.
I thought Ukraine Gate was referring to like the Azov battalion and all the Russian bullshit, but he's talking about the impeachment.
They get these anonymous sources, all the fake news mainstream media, they throttle these stories all over the place. They get big tech to make these stories trend. And then eventually 2 months, 3 months, 2 years down the line, we find out that they were complete BS. What do you make of this story?
Well, absolutely. Now, can I just make a few quick points in addition to all the points you've made? Firstly, the Washington Post, as you correctly said, misquoted. I mean, they didn't just misquote, they completely mischaracterized the entire discussion between Donald Trump and Francis Watson. I mean, they made out, in effect, that Donald Trump was trying to induce...
Well, let's see how did they characterize it? President Trump urged Georgia's lead elections investigator to identify wrongdoings in the states of vote in a December phone call, saying the official would be praised for doing so, according to an individual briefed on the call who spoke on the conditions of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the conversation. I wonder if I wonder if there was more here, like in the pre-corrected version. The pre-corrected version, it says, President Trump urged Georgia's lead elections investigator to find the fraud in a lengthy December phone call, saying the official would be a national hero, according to an individual familiar with the call who spoke on the conditions of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the conversation. Trump placed the call to the investigation's chief of the Georgia Secretary of State's office shortly before Christmas, while the individual was leading an inquiry into allegations of ballot fraud in Cobb County. I think it's probably a fair summary. Do you think they'll oh no, he's about to summarize the call. He's about to say some retardedly charitable shit, isn't he?
Trump and Francis Watson. I mean, they made out, in effect, that Donald Trump was trying to induce and incite Francis Watson into taking steps which would have flipped Georgia to him, whereas in fact he was only asking her to do her job to carry out a proper and thorough investigation. And so
that is an absolute fucking lie. He is absolutely fucking lying when he says that. He was first of all, even the fact that he would call, in my mind, is already almost criminal. Why the fuck are you calling the investigator? It's like, it's inappropriate on so many different levels. I don't even know if Trump should be calling Raffensperger. If you want to talk to the governor, I guess, why the fuck are you calling the investigator involved in this? It's so weird. That's such a weird... why do you have their number? Why are you calling them, checking in on the investigate? Like, it's so inappropriate.
Saying that she would find evidence of dishonesty, but there's no suggestion there of incitement or inducement or illicit pressure or anything. But that full story, which was published by the Washington Post back in December, was confirmed, as they said, by numerous other U.S. news outlets.
Wait, this guy is Mr. Alexander Stamatis Mercurius? Mercurius? He engaged in conduct likely to diminish public confidence in the legal profession or the administration of justice, or otherwise bring the legal profession into disrepute, contrary to paragraph 30, 301, subsection. He lied about. He purported to obtain a statement from H that was not a true document, and you knew it was not a true document. You had not had any contact with H. This is during a disciplinary tribunal. He was disbarred in 2006. This is when that was when the tribunal was called, and the decision was in 2012. And that you stated you'd be making an application to the court for an interim payment of $50,000 when you knew that no such application had been made or was going to be made. Alexander Mercurius engaged in conduct likely to diminish public confidence in the legal profession or administration. You claimed that $1 million settlement by Westminster City Council in favor of blank had been stolen by your brother. Put in a statement dated on 11th of December 2009 that you had been detained by bogus police officers and taken to a meeting at the Royal Courts of Justice where P, a senior law lord, tried to bribe you to drop a legal case in return for a payment for you of 50,000, quid or pounds, I'm sorry, this is in the UK, plus payments of your debts and mortgage knowing that this did not happen and dishonestly claiming you did. Okay, so he perjured the fuck out of himself. Trying to scam somebody, or... Why are you saying this guy has anything to do with Russia? Oh, this is disbarment that we just read. The fuck is this video? $465 views. My God. Look at their most popular videos. He writes her RT.
Thing to be sort of like, you know.
Oh. Wait, I feel like I recognize this guy's voice. God, I wish I had that streamable saved when he tells me I'm going to kill myself in 10 years.
Oh, shifty. But if you say something, you have to stick with it. But if you can't trust the person to say something and stick with it, then you have no future with that person or that nation, as in this case. That's my thinking.
You're absolutely right. On the subject of poo.
Vladimir Putin crushes George Soros for all Western leaders to see. Hungarian foreign minister demolishes triggered BBC reporter. Germany knows who sabotaged Nord Stream. Sanctions war against Russia is failing. Endgame for the Ukrainian war. Oh, all our favorite actors are showing up. John Mearsheimer. Orban. And Farage. Standard the George Soros. The West will choke on Putin's terms for Ukraine. The West in decline. Oh, Mearsheimer again. Oh, and the Alexander guy. Okay. Russia begins war. Macron in Ukraine will collapse. Jesus.
CNN, ABC News, NBC News, and USA Today, for one, all claimed that they had independently confirmed the Washington Post story. Now, think about that. How could they have confirmed something which wasn't true? Someone clearly was lying. Somebody was spreading a false account of this conversation. And I understand that what happened...
You know what's really crazy? You know what I wonder? Hold on. Now, I think it can be argued that WAPO wrote this poorly. I think you could argue that. However, President Trump urged Georgia's lead elections investigator to, quote, find the fraud, end quote, in a lengthy December phone call, saying the official would be, quote, a national hero, end quote, according to an individual familiar with the call who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the conversation. It looks like the journalist was probably quoting the individual familiar, which they might have been legitimately quoting, but this reads like a direct quote of what Donald Trump said. And if the writer meant to quote the person reporting the story, she should have clarified that. Although she kind of does when she says, according to an individual familiar with the call. Well, actually, no. No, actually, I think this is written fine. The issue is just that whoever was reporting this, these quotes were not said verbatim. But okay. But I guess their claim is that WAPO just made this up. And the journalists will say, well, they told me these were quotes that I could use, but...
With this particular recording, the fact that it was lost was that supposedly it was deleted from Miss Watson, from Frances Watson's device, and was only recovered, as you said, from a trash file after officials, and we don't quite know which officials, but I presume they were Georgia state officials, responded to a Freedom of Information Act request, which revealed the actual quotes and discovered the true recording, and which discovered that the account given was completely untrue. So that suggests to me an actual attempt by someone, I'm not pointing any fingers, by someone, firstly, to spread a false account about what was said over the course of this conversation, but also to delete the evidence which would have contradicted that account. That's actually really rather disturbing, and given that this conversation happened in Georgia, I have to suppose that it was someone in Georgia who did that. Now, bear in mind that there's all kinds of legal proceedings underway involving Georgia, all kinds of allegations being made by Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, against Donald Trump and vice versa, and there's been talk of legal action. And I wonder whether all of this has come out in connection with that legal action, and whether we're going to find out more. But this gives you an idea of what happened. This was intentional. It was intentional on the part of someone. Someone made up a story about things that Donald Trump said to Frances Watson, and someone probably...
Do you think they ever play any part of the recording, or they ever characterize... Well, I guess he did characterize the original call, but it was a horrible mischaracterization. But this is just disinformation, sorry.
That same someone tried to delete the evidence which showed that account was untrue. Now we see a retraction from the Washington Post. Of course, it's come, as you rightly said, weeks, months...
I don't know if I would call that a retraction. I would call it a correction. It's a pretty minor one at that, given the length of the article and everything, but...
After the event itself, the damage has been done, but it further proves that information from anonymous sources, especially when it relates to Donald Trump, is not to be taken seriously. And I'm afraid if you take the news from the Washington Post and all those media outlets which supposedly confirm the Washington Post's recording, CNN, ABC News, NBC News, USA Today, and all the rest, especially if it relates to anything that Donald Trump did or supposedly said, well, we have in England this expression, if you sup with the devil, you need a very long spoon. If you're taking your news from these outlets, you are in effect supping with the devil, because on Donald Trump, they're not reliable about anything they say. So this time, as a result of someone's diligence, they've been caught out. But think how many other things they said about Donald Trump which haven't been exposed as untrue, and yet we can be sure that they were untrue.
They do this all the time. A couple of questions for you, which have come to mind. These quotes and these allegations that Trump said this to the Georgia official made their way to the impeachment records. Is that a crime, a federal crime, because now they're part of a federal document or federal investigation? In other words, is the lie? I mean, is this a bigger crime now because this lie, this fabrication, is now? I mean, it's a federal document.
Hey, what's up?
Quick question,
Yeah.
or well, I don't know as much of a question. So, how useful do you think it would be when talking to conservatives to really lean in on the Supreme Court immunity ruling, right? Because like what I find when a lot of conservatives talk about like like any action of a Democratic president, like going after political rivals, or the investigation of the Obama administration into Trump, or the Obama administration auditing conservative organizations. It's like, well, you guys all supported this ruling, which in theory, in a retroactive sense, would have made all of those actions perfectly immune and able for the president to be done anyway, right? So
Sure.
Why would you complain about them at this point? I mean, how do you think that's a useful line of argument? Because it just
nobody even
seems
understand. Nobody's read the immunity ruling, and nobody understands the immunity ruling, so they would just repeat back that they go, well, those weren't official acts, so that doesn't count. That's all they'll say, and then you can't really argue with them anymore because you haven't actually read they don't understand the ruling.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I feel like it just seems like a extremely glaring amount of hypocrisy, obviously, because if a Democratic president did what Trump did, obviously, I feel like they wouldn't say, oh, no, this is perfectly legal. You can't arrest the president for that.
Probably not.
But I don't know. Who knows? Well, anyway, just a quick question. See you later, bud.
I love you. What is this channel? I'm just curious to hear what else they have on this.
11:38 a.m. Hi, David. This is Pat Rogenstack. I'm calling you about a matter that I thought we were going to look at together. I sent you a text about a telephone conference at 11:30, but obviously you didn't get it. When you get this message, would you let me know when you might get together for a conference this afternoon, which is Thursday? I'd like to try for around 2 o'clock.
Saved message received Monday, October 2nd at 2:05 p.m.
Hi, Dave. I sent you the site for the Krieger case. It is totally on point with saying why.
Wisconsin, I don't know anything about what any of this. Was this some like pack or something that has? I have no idea. All right. We got this phone call. We've got Trump pushing knowingly false claims. What I should look at other states. What other states? Nah, Georgia's enough. Fuck it. If you don't at this point. This should be. Don't need this anymore. Trump's pushing knowingly false claims. This is an easy one. I can just rip all this off the J6. That's like 30 minutes of work. And then people who told Trump that he lost. It'd be nice to just have a list of all the people that told him he lost. I think that's good. Then we'll just run over real quick the coup memos from Eastman. I believe there's 2 of them. Then conversation with Pence. Pressuring of the AG. Acting AG and the deputy. That's that whole meme story that we read yesterday. The elector slate plan. And then from there, it's the events on January 6th. And then we're done. Okay. I feel like we can get this done in 3 days. We don't fuck around so much. What do I have here that I haven't organized? So novelist cuts off J.D. Vance mid-interview after he says president can defy a Supreme Court.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush.
Fuck you.
Mr. Donald Trump.
So you're not troubled by the sexual assault and defamation. Let me ask you about January 6th. You've been mentioned as the possible vice president for Donald Trump. Had you been vice president on January 6th, would you have certified the election results?
Oh, this.
Oh, George, this is such a ridiculous question, in part because the law has changed here. We, of course, had
well, I didn't ask you about going forward. I asked you what you would have done. I asked you what you would have done.
George, here's what I think. Here's what I think happened in 2020, and I know you guys are obsessed with talking about this. I have to make a point here. You constantly say to people like me, "Why do you talk about January the 6th? Why do you talk about the election of 2020?" And then you ask about us multiple times during a 6-minute interview. But look, you asked the question, and I'll answer it. Do I think there were problems in 2020? Yes, I do. Do I think it was a problem that big technology companies working with the intelligence services censored the presidential campaign of Donald Trump? Yes. Do I think it's a problem that Pennsylvania changed its balloting rules in the middle of the election season in a way that even some courts in Pennsylvania have said was illegal? Yes, I think these were problems, George, and I think there is a political solution to those problems. So litigating which slate of electors was legitimate, I think is fundamentally the political solution to the problems that existed in 2020. It's a reasonable debate to have, and I find it weird, George, that people like you obsess with what I call what happened in 2020. You're so incurious about what actually happened in 2020, which is why so many people mistrust our elections in this country. We've got to do better, George.
I'm not the least bit incurious.
Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong. To which Pat said something, this is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more. Briefly stepped into Mark's office. Mark, we need to do.
There's got to be like a full recording of this deposition, right? Never happened. It's from the Jan 6 committee recordings. Yeah, but I'm curious if the full recordings have been released. Oh. Actually, you know what? This whole thing would go under. Because the coup memo from Eastman was part of this. Pressuring Mike Pence was part of this. And you can argue that pressuring the Attorney General was kind of part of this. Or would this be part of calling states to change votes? Organization's note isn't as important, because the video will be more important. Right? Jordan Factorial? Hell yeah. Why would Democrats try to rig it with both? That's such a stupid question. They're just going to say, well, they're just trying to do every single thing possible. It's like, well, what? I mean, aren't you opening yourself up to more risk of getting caught? So stupid. What court case is this? Oh, Giuliani, you fucking retard. Still the wrong thing. wish that in... There's probably like a theme I can download. I don't like how in Obsidian it's hard to tell the difference between, what are they called? Not headlines. Titles? When you put the pounds, what do you call these? Subheadings, yeah. It sucks. It's hard to tell at a glance, like, what the different levels are. This is more than a point, but that's it. Deleting my Elon Musk conspiracy skip session. New theme near. Would that work with my callouts plugin? Oh, it's bass. Oh, somebody sent me a really good email. I'm probably going to use this for rhetorical points. This guy's linked me like 15 things. Steven, can you think of a single example over the past 40 plus years where Trump has admitted he has legitimately lost anything? And then he links me a quote, or he links me an article. The Emmys, rigged. Lost 2016 Iowa caucus, fraud. Lost 2016 popular vote, voter fraud. Even before the election, he said there was voter fraud, which he even won the election. E. Jean Carroll case, fake accusation, even after losing first trial. I'm waiting for round 3. New York trial, criminal rigged. Golf against Tiger Woods. He says he won. He cheated. Golf against Phil Mickelson, former number 2 golf player, says that he won. Trump golf champion 20 times by 2019. He said he was this year's most improved player after winning consecutive senior championships. Lied about Trump Airline, Trump Steaks, Trump University, Trump Magazine, Trump Wine. He says it was the largest winery in the U.S. False. Oh man, and then this guy emailed me. If you're going to debate Alex Jones, make sure that you bring this up. I haven't watched this before. What the fuck is this? Should I talk about the Tom video? No, I don't have time.
And this is a message directly to every single person on the deep state target list. My assessment, Ivan Raiklin's assessment, that if you assassinate any political presidential candidate, whether it's RFK, whether it's Trump, guess what? America will do the following immediately. They will respond in kind, and they know who you are because we've created the list. So if you go
and that's
to
a
those
major
measures
Rubicon. They should know that.
immediately, you're going to see immediate response, and there are only a few buildings in Washington, D.C. that they will probably do that.
Well, I hope that's not the case, but these people are crazy.
And having said that, if they do that, option 2 behind Trump is going to be so much better for us and so much worse.
Well, I was about
for
to
them.
say, if they kill him, that's best case scenario. From a sick level. From a sick level beating him, oh, please kill him, which I mean, but it's so good after that.
Oh, it's going to be the best cleansing and the fastest cleansing that we've ever seen in my lifetime. I assess with almost certainty, with the highest level of confidence, that if they assassinate Trump, it is so game over for them, and it's going to be so fast.
It's a little bit kind of psychotic and unhinged, but okay. This only got 14,000 likes.
Last time I was on the show, I got a quick video that goes into a little bit more detail if you want to play that.
Do they have that?
Yeah, they do.
Guys, you have this video?
It's 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Let's roll. Here it is. This is mainly for video. We're all States too.
I'll talk through that for the radio.
Yeah, you got the receipts.
All right, right now, basically what we're looking at here is a list, a video with the snapshots of the Twitter accounts of our deep state target list, where we're going to go after every single digital piece of evidence and residue that they left on the
Those are
internet.
like on those card decks.
Yep, to showcase their seditious conspiracy. There's the treason category. There's the sedition category. Again, those that unmasked Flynn, the 39 of them that have Twitter accounts. The 51 that provided coverage for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, their Twitter accounts.
Let's listen to you.
For the public to read, see, and hear as we piece together the seditious, conspiratorial actions that you committed over the course of the last 8 years. And it's going to be glorious.
Right.
By the way, people say, oh, what does this do? When I was talking to Trump a lot and just saying, hey, Fiona Hill, hey, General McMasterson, they were flipping out in the news, and like the CIA really following me around harassing me. They were so scared of intel.
Yeah. I mean, all this is publicly available, well, not publicly available information. You don't need to FOIA this. All you need to do is say, hey, Elon Musk, change your rules of service, right? Terms of service, to say, in the public interest, in the interest of transparency, why don't we just take a look and see whether or not, remember what they did with, he looked at the logs, right, for you?
Yeah.
And it was clear that, what's that, Oliver Darcy was the one that basically...
It was Democratic Party.
From Twitter, from X. Well, let's take a look at their direct messages, all the people that I have listed here in this video. And we're going to find out for sure, I would say beyond any shadow
of
doubt.
Your mouth to God's ears. Explain why this is so important.
If Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi join forces with us to go ahead and look at the direct messages of all these actors right now, we're going to be able to showcase beyond any doubt that they conducted a seditious conspiratorial coup starting in 2016 as soon as Mike Pence was foisted on Donald Trump to be his VP pick, and Crossfire Hurricane started illegally by defrauding the FISA court by spying on Carter.
Well, he was the main agent the whole time.
What's that?
Mike Pence was the agent the whole time.
I think so.
So
he's one of the
we'll
folks
get back to
on
that,
the
but just looking at the American...
And I got that. Remember that deep state target list that I introduced you to last?
Okay. Alright, I'm going to bed. Love you guys, it's been fun. We're gonna cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dude. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Be careful. Don't die. Hold on. I will do a quick 950 before bed. Hold on. Because I'm a god. Close. We're getting there. I mean, I know it's published yet. Yeah, listen here. Is the new connections up? Thank God. Hold on. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Makeup level. Tan. Stump.
That's how they were developed.
Log,
Was like
structure.
Oh,
saw,
cool. It's like
file. Fabric. Clamp. Canvas. Mod. Organize. Campaign. Max. Composition. Okay. Well, we got a really easy one right off the bat. The makeup of something. The structure of something. The composition of something. Campaign of something? No. Okay, hold on. Okay. Cutting and reducing, okay? We can saw it. We can file it. We can clamp it. We can... No. Wait, construction tools or something, right? We've got a level, clamp, a saw, and a file, kind of? Do file? No. Oh god, it's gonna say one away. Okay, hold on. You can organize, campaign, canvas. How am I getting so fucked? How am I getting so fucked on these? Okay, well, fuck me. We're gonna guess. We can organize, we can campaign, we can canvas. These are like things that politicians do to win elections. Can we make up? No. Can we level? No. Tan? Stump? Like a stump speech? No. Log? We can go log shit. We can structure something, saw something, file paperwork, file or nails. We can fabric, we can clamp. We can mod, we can max, we can composition. It can't know. Is it a stump speech? I don't even know where I've heard this term before. I have no clue. Okay. Just kidding. I mean, I knew it the whole time. Because I'm a fucking god. Okay, something is happening here with a saw, a clamp, a level, and a file? Or we can do a structure, makeup, composition. It's gonna be one off. Oh, a carpentry tool. A file. I've only like a nail file, but okay. And then the structure, the makeup, the composition, or the the fabric. And these are like math things. What was max for? You've got log, mod, tan.
Smith turns.
Max? I have no fucking idea. I don't remember. Base. What is max abbreviation for? Max for arrays? I don't remember. 1, 2, 3. I don't remember. Okay. The maximum, the opposite of the maximum value of a set? Oh. crushed it. All right, Rip, be careful.
There's a renaissance happening on YouTube right now, and you can either get with the times or get out of here. Scram. The future's coming and you can't stop it, old man. And that future has a name, and its name is breastfeeding. YouTube is no stranger to people trying to weasel their way around the rules to find loopholes that allow them to post porn on the platform. And the most recent and very successful strategy here has been breastfeeding videos in order to promote an OnlyFans. So, there is a channel, RIP, this is kind of a funeral service for the channel as well, called Sierra Education. She had over 150,000 subscribers, and she was kind of going viral on Twitter when people became aware of this with all the views and subs she was getting, where she was making breastfeeding videos where she just had full-blown honkers out there. She had titties not censored at all, and she used a little fake baby to give breastfeeding tutorials that would link to her OnlyFans. Now, as of right now, as of making this video, her account has been banned. I can't access it anymore. However, I did get to access it a few nights ago on stream in order to do my own investigative research here, so I'm going to go ahead and show you that. Yeah, Sierra Education, new breastfeeding tutorial, 4K breastfeed tips. What's weird is, well, I mean, I think you know it's weird, but what's interesting is this isn't new. In fact, there was a time when YouTube, a long time ago, I made a video on this lady. She circumvented YouTube's like pornography stuff by filming breastfeeding videos with her actual child. And she ended up going to jail, still in jail, I'm pretty sure. She's using fake boobs, I'm pretty sure. Oh, not her. You're talking about Sierra? Hold on. I'll check on another screen here. I'll tell you if they're fake boobies or not. It doesn't look like she's using a real baby, so that's good. Seems to be a doll. And those definitely aren't fake honkers. Case closed. Myth busted. Now, I meant stunt titties, like a pair of, you know, complete make-believe hocus-pocus titties. There's no telling whether or not hers are big naturals or if they've had augmentations done to them, you know, like some Deus Ex titties or whatever. But I was saying she's using her actual breasts on her chest, not using, like, some kind of movie prop boobies. We actually had a lot of fake titties around the warehouse back when I had my Library of Alexandria sex toy collection, so I've seen my fair share of those, and I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that's not what she was broadcasting on YouTube. Now, I can also confirm that she wasn't using a real baby, at least not in the video that I had up, so she probably won't be facing legal repercussions like the woman who came before her. Her name was Lee Felton. Lee Felton used to post breastfeeding videos onto YouTube, uncensored, just like this, and she used an actual child for it, an actual baby for it. And eventually, when authorities were alerted to this, they kind of ruled that that's extremely bad because it's basically bringing a child into porn. Like, she would do things like oiling up and all of that. It was fucking disgusting stuff. Unforgivable. So she is still in jail for that. Now, Sierra Education here, that's the name of the breastfeeding pioneer that everyone's been talking about recently. It was just her and a doll. So she probably won't get any kind of, like, legal trouble for it, but it's still so fucking degenerate and gross to be using breastfeeding as a means to promote your OnlyFans and, like, whatever other porn or whatever. That's so fucking abhorrent. What she did was clearly a violation of the YouTube rules, which is why she's banned. YouTube has always had rules where if it's educational or artistic, you can post content with nudity in it. This is something we talked about like a year ago with the guy who nared his butthole under the education clause, teaching people how to properly de-hair their brown balloon knot. And I believe that same channel has also done the same for, like, shaving your pubes and stuff. So this whole branch of content is nothing new, but the big difference here with Sierra Education and her breastfeeding versus, you know, the butthole hair vaporizing wizard is that that channel with the butt nair, like the eviscerate all the hair on your chocolate starfish, that never linked to, like, porn or OnlyFans or anything, whereas Sierra Education was directly linking to an OnlyFans. So I believe the reason she got banned isn't even because of the breastfeeding itself, because naked yoga is another old popular trend on YouTube where people would post completely naked yoga videos under the education and art clause and never really got super punished for it. I don't know if that's still around. Actually, I'm gonna check real quick. I'll be right back. So if I come back looking all sweaty, you know that it's still around. It doesn't appear to still be around. But what is another huge trend right now with the transparent try-on hauls, where women have noticed that you can once again put nudity on YouTube through an educational context if you do like clothes reviews, so try-on hauls. And what they're doing is they're getting transparent clothing and just being naked underneath it. So, and some of them do like in the shower too, like how absorbent is this material? So they'll wear like a white shirt and then go into a shower and, you know, get it all wet so you can still just see full milkers and everything. So like there's always these different little tricks and cheats and all of that in order to get pornographic content onto YouTube. And right now, the breastfeeding one from Sierra Education was probably the most successful and biggest example of that. But also, now that I mention it, I think transparent try-on hauls are probably just as big, if not bigger, because they continue to just grow. More and more people are doing that, and it's the same thing. It's basically just doing it to have nudity on the platform to try and make money that way. And every time I talk about this kind of stuff on stream, people always inevitably ask, why? Why the fuck would someone want to put this kind of content on YouTube? Just keep it on OnlyFans or keep it on, you know, whatever other sites you're using for that kind of content. And the answer is pretty simple. It's because YouTube is the biggest possible platform to get eyes on it. So if you're someone like Sierra Education, you can break out on YouTube through this breastfeeding guise, this ruse, and link people to your OnlyFans that would have never seen it before. It puts so much attention on her, and she was constantly translating those peepers to her OnlyFans to try and monetize them and immediately try and capitalize off of that. It's just a bigger stage for it to promote to something else. It's the same reason why someone wants to do it on Twitch, because there's more people going on to Twitch than there are going on to Chatterbait or something. So if you can stand out on Twitch as someone that's doing some kind of sexual content and link to your like full-blown sexual content, you stand to get more eyes on it because the platform's bigger. That's just always been the way of things. You want to try and stand out on a bigger platform to increase your odds of being seen. Now, I'll briefly go back to Sierra Peach for a second because she is nothing if not tenacious. Her main account with over 150k subs did get banned, but she is already back on the grind posting on other YouTube accounts with the same content, and she's doing it on Instagram now as well. Instagram has recently become completely infested with porn now. I've been seeing a lot of discussion around this where if you go through like any pages really, you'll inevitably end up on something pornographic just fucking jump scaring you. Like going through Reels, apparently a lot of people are getting it. And it's people like Sierra Peach that are starting to recognize like, oh, even getting banned, it doesn't matter as long as a few new people see it. They might come and spend a few dollars on my OnlyFans or, you know, pay for a couple months on OnlyFans. So people are starting to catch on to that, so they're flooding places like YouTube and Instagram with it. It's not surprising by any means. As I mentioned, this is nothing new. But it's always so degenerate to do some shit like this. To promote porn through breastfeeding videos is just so weird. That is so fucking weird. Even though she's using a doll, it still doesn't take away from just how bizarre and gross that whole idea is to promote porn through breastfeeding tips. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, anyway, I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah.
In recent news today, Destiny's Son got indefinitely banned on Twitch. Here is a clip that got him banned.
Destiny is so cooked.
Bruce literally said that he is going to put a hole in XQC's throat, and was not banned. Kid is playing with father with gun that has orange top indicating it's a toy getting permanently banned. Would not surprise me if they banned him specifically, because he's Destiny's son, LMAO. Some at Twitch, or more than one, clearly has a hate boner for him. Pretty good clip. There's lots of small factors I'm curious about. Like someone said, his title said he was executing Destiny later. Not great. If Destiny's banned, hearing him in the background and him being is kind of directly having him on stream. I know they've let up on React content, and he wasn't seen on stream, but this is, something. I also don't know the details of the TOS, but I would think anyone under 18 would need a parent or guardian to ultimately be responsible for what happens on stream, which maybe that can't be Destiny. Seems messy. Here's the image of the ban. If you notice the stream name there, while it's not executing Destiny later, it was Destiny execution soon, which is slightly different. Personally, I'm cool with this ban in the greater context. Shooting somebody with a fake gun, the execution in the name, especially with the greater context of the last week. But I would let it be a 24-hour at most, if it's his first offense, and maybe a week at most. The thing is, though, I wouldn't ban him now, based upon how other streamers actually talk about Destiny, and don't get punished.
Asmongold is shocked that Twitch has permanently banned a Destiny's Son Nathan over an obvious joke and a toy gun.
An indefinite suspension? Yeah, well, it doesn't need to be an indefinite. Like, this is like a 3-day, like a week, maybe, right? An instant, it's a joke. It's obviously a joke. Oh my God, I've said I was going to people that I know in the past. It's just a joke. Chill out. It's like, what's so weird to me, how is it possible that somebody who's joking gets banned, but somebody who's not joking doesn't? How the does this happen? What kind of morons are running things over there? Well, I know what kind of morons. It's people that don't like Destiny. That's the reason why. It's got nothing to do with what happened, and it's got everything to do with who it's happening to. It's not principled. There's no logic involved with this. There's no like, okay, well, let's look at the way our rules are set up and see how we can apply this fairly. No. It's the guy that we don't like?
I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. I know they hate Destiny over there, but perma banning his son over a clear toy gun. Put your hate boner away and properly do your job. I can understand the ban showing a gun, even if fake, including a banned streamer, shooting said banned streamer with said fake gun. But indefinite suspension is way too harsh for a kid. Especially since there are grown adults who, completely seriously, not joking, made threats and encouraged violence and didn't receive the slightest of punishments. I'm a Destiny fan, but yeah, like clear joke, but he should have been banned for a day or 3. I don't watch Twitch. I thought indefinite suspension was like, you triggered a flag, so you're banned until someone reviews the case. Twitch's leadership wants it to fail. They perma-banned Gideon for raiding, but misbehaving only got a 3-day ban. Or how about when a streamer got their cheeks clapped on stream, and it wasn't a perma? Twitch is a gateway for OF thoughts, and once AMP leaves, they're nothing. What's the benefits of streaming on Twitch anymore? YouTube is better, in all aspects except for UI, and Kick is better, is everywhere.
Squeaks almost gets banned.
Aren't you that big streamer? Hey, can I get a picture? Yes. Aren't you? Can I get a picture? Someone take a picture. Take a picture.
Hey, can I say something again that might get me banned? Does DJ Clancy ever work? I'm sorry. Bro, I swear he's in everyone's stream. Donald Trump got unbanned today. Am I gonna see a collab? No, he seems like a great guy, obviously. I'm glad subs are more expensive now. For real. Yo, W. For real. He's gonna stream snipe Donald Trump. Or wait. Maybe I shouldn't. Wait. Hey everybody, we're gonna do a react segment. Let's see this one. Wow, Vac.
Lakari popping off in Tekken.
Hey, give me that.
Russell dropping a freestyle rap in Extra Emily's car.
Pull up to your crib
spray. About to go away. Hey, to a grave, bury her deep. Then I put her to sleep. I go home and I beat my meat to her mom. Got her new phone, finna sniff that. I don't give a. I'm a hit that. Stupid. I'm sick of this. Dumb.
Co-carnage with the main engine crash.
Oh, yes! Oh my god!
A custom life-size blade up for auction.
Does. It looks good. It does look good. It does look good. Oh. Oh. What say you, knight?
I say 10,500 gold piece.
Oh! $10,500 to the knight, to the honourable knight. Do we have more? Oh.
Avoiding a puddle is suddenly no longer busy.
But I'll be back tomorrow around 3 or 4, and we'll watch Third Strike, top 24 to top 8, and also probably some Tekken sprinkled in. Are you gonna have Chipotle for dinner? Over my dead body. Anyway. Keep in mind that in the terms that I agreed. Whoa, never mind. I'm not busy. Just a sec. Not busy. I got. My plans were canceled.
Queen 69 is an audio engineer.
It goes back to that, and which is why I'm thinking like that. It'd be way cooler. Imagine how cool it'd be if my guy walks in, bro, and comes at me, and my guy just goes, boom, 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 boom. You get me?
Fan's mum shows up in the chat.
He goes, choke me, mother. No, no, I'm not gonna choke you. You choke me, stupid. Out of here. Like, it's me off. And like, everything was going great too. Like, we were having a great time together. We were like sort of seeing each other, but we never like, we hadn't yet. And we were just. Hi, Mom.
Somebody